Hold on, what the fuck? Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to make sure we're up on all platforms. We should be good on King Academics, and I think we should be good on the Academy. Just give me 1 second. Let me make sure we're officially up there. I think we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good. All right. Now, listen, I do want to apologize for the tardiness. I'll give you somewhat of an explanation because I know some of you guys are saying, how God, bro, you have the easiest job on earth, which I do think what I do is rather fortunate. Nigga, how could you be late to the goddamn every stream? How could sometimes you either miss days or just don't deliver on the promises you give to us? Now, trust and believe, I am always trying to make it on time, okay? What you guys, to be me, the things I do during the day, I feel like I work I think a 20-hour day, right? I usually try to limit my access to people, but that only goes so far. You know what I mean? Obviously, I do business, I do all these other things, but a lot of times I'm like, all right, cool, I'm about to go stream at 8 o'clock. And you know what happens? 7:30, a fucking rapper calls me. And, they're giving me some info, but they're also picking my brain. And we end up being on the phone for like 2 fucking hours. Then somebody from a label calls me and we do business together. We do a lot of business. And then I got to talk to them for a little bit. And so I'm dealing with people constantly through the day, honestly, like constantly through the day. And if you ever see be like, yo, where the fuck is Zach at? Now, there is like about 20% of the time I'm just fucking off on Fortnite. But it's usually a bunch of other things that are kind of like staggering my schedule or making me like a little bit unavailable. All right. Anyway, chat, I am here. I know we got to get past day 3. I'm going to Miami, chat, and I might as well tell you now. I got a flight in the morning, so I'm gonna try to rock out as long as I can for tonight. We're going to Miami. I'm gonna do an IRL stream, or I'm gonna stream probably using like maybe the Fresh and Fit setup or something like that tomorrow, but I'm gonna definitely make sure I try to get a streaming tomorrow. I'm filming some content, which that's one of the things that I've been working on. If this gets together, which I don't know if it will, it would be, think about the 2 most controversial people online. It's a possibility I could get them in the same room. I've been working on it, but we'll see if that happens. Sunday, I'm gonna be on Aiden's stream. And I'll be back after that. You know what I mean? Trust me, I'm not trying to take trips. I don't really want to go nowhere. I like being at the crib with my dogs, doing what I do, getting on stream. I like streaming from here. Nothing against IRLs and other things, but I like locking in. You get what I'm saying? So, I didn't expect to travel anywhere. And I know the Japan trip is looming. And by the way, I had to tell Kanye, I said, yay, I'm coming to Japan, which I'm still crossing my fingers, honestly. I hope Ye tells me before. I told him I'll come after Miami, right? Which I know y'all gonna be like, why didn't you just hop on a plane and meet it? Like, yo, y'all just want me to just teleport to Japan. I get it. But I also do have engagements that I've promised people. You know what I mean? I can't just be like, all right, fuck everybody. Ye just called. You know what I mean? And I think he understands too. But after Miami, I'll talk to him about, yo, to be all transparent, he asked me when I wanted to do it. I said I could do it whenever. If you want to do it ASAP, we could do it ASAP. I definitely think that the first interview, we have some momentum. He told me about World War III. By the way, still hasn't dropped. But, shit, we did more stuff since then. And I do think, I remember saying to him, I'm like, isn't Bully dropping? Like, maybe like, I forgot what the date was on Bully. But I'm like, we could do the part 2 for Bully. Now, granted, maybe I'm just making up excuses because Japan seems so far. But I will go to Japan. But I did tell him, I said, after Miami, let's figure out when. So, if I'm really not trying to take no extra trips, but of course I will go to Japan for Ye. So as we stand now, I'm going to Miami for some Ain't Raw stuff. I also have a podcast down there that I'm setting up. Cross our fingers. It could be the most bullshit or the most controversial podcast of this year, especially if you listen to these online personalities. We'll see if it works out. But then after that, other than a Japan move, which Ye's already aware of, I'm trying not to go nowhere, but I feel like every time I say that, I almost kind of do go somewhere. I know my birthday is coming up. If you guys don't know, my birthday show tickets are on sale. If you don't know, my birthday is May 17th. I really don't do anything for my birthday. This year, I just felt like I should try to switch it up. So I'm having a birthday party. I've never had a birthday party day in my life. Please just go to Ticketmaster, get a DJ Academics, and I don't know, cop a ticket, come through. But that's not actually on my birthday. It's 2 days before my birthday. That was the only date available for Gramercy. So on my actual birthday, I was like, you know what, man, I might as well just take 2 days and just go have some fun. Like, I don't know, go to Turks or some dumb shit or something like that. So I don't know, maybe I go on a trip then, or maybe I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, I really don't. I always hated birthdays because it's like mad pressure to let everybody else know that you're lit, and it's not about you. It ends up being about you trying to impress other people. I'm like, why the fuck would I try to impress other people on my birthday? It's about me. Especially with the shit I'm doing where, you're going to pay for it anyway. So anyway, that's my trips to come. Okay, I'm not traveling nowhere, and if any other rapper, there's a couple of rappers who are like, yo, fly to here, and I'm like, I don't know about that one, gang. I don't know about that one. So I'm trying to limit my trips. I understand that we have a scuffed streaming schedule so far. I looked at last month's. We streamed 15 days out of 31. So about every other day we streamed last month. Obviously, we did have our biggest stream with the Cardi stream, so salute to Cardi, and, he dropped his album, and a lot of people tuned in. But, we're trying to get to more of like 60%, so 2 out of 3 days. So we're streaming at about every other day. We want to do like 4 out of 7, so like every week 4 streams at least, or, if we were lucky, 5, right? So anyway, we're working on that. But just for the people, because I do know sometimes I know when y'all waiting and I'm like doing stuff. Like today, I think, what were we doing? We're still doing now because we're editing some stuff and I'm gonna give my input. And I know I scheduled a stream and I'm on the phone and I'm like, I go to the YouTube chat and I see y'all sitting in there and I'm reading the comments. And I could tell y'all just like, this nigga ain't shit. Fuck this nigga. So I'm sorry, bro. I am sorry. Somebody was just like, yo, this is like the teacher that claims he's gonna let you out or whatever it is. Okay. All right. Regardless, even though I do have a flight in the morning, I'm going to give you guys the full stream tonight, right? Bunch of stuff to cover. We got an update on Young Thug's probation. Drake scoring a win in court. What does that mean? Another angle of the Say So P and also Sauce Waka shooting. We have some little baby updates. We have, what else? Oh, we have a new indictment for Diddy. There's another superseding indictment that's came down for Diddy. This is about the 3rd one. And it's very confusing. We might even start here. It's like a really confusing thing when we're watching this federal case against Diddy because they're adding additional charges. And usually when you see a superseding indictment, it gives you a lot of new information. They ain't really telling us nothing more. It's pretty much consistent. The first indictment was it a complaint or was it an indictment? Who cares what it was? It basically said the only victim was Cassie. They've added 2 additional victims subsequently, but in 3 superseding indictments, they're not telling us much more of what he's done. Now, do I believe that Diddy might beat this? I don't know. We're going to have to see what the evidence is against him. Of course, his team is saying certain stuff like, yo, we seen the discovery. And apparently the sex tapes or the filmed escapades with him, Cassie, and these orgy-like settings where dudes are donkey fucking her and he's whacking off in the corner or whatever with some baby oil. Apparently those are in the discovery, right? And Diddy's team looked at it, which by the way, I think they already had it, but his lawyers looked at it and said, hey, listen, this is actually helping us. The fact that Diddy videoed these freak-offs helps Diddy. It shows that, Cassie came like 30 times that night. How the fuck she didn't want to get down with this? She was loving this. Look on her face. It's a bunch of semen and smiles. You know what I mean? That's really what they're saying. And you might think I'm being facetious. That's literally what Diddy's team is saying. Yo, the videos of the freak-offs show that Cassie was having the most fun. Basically saying Cassie a goddamn freak who was smiling ear to ear, squirting, doing all type of shit because she was having fun up in that bit. That could be subjective, right? But anyway, I guess we'll start there. It's not a long update. Gone are the days where we're doing like an hour speaking about Diddy. I think that's a wrap. Oh, by the way, we're also going to get to Tay K's new murder trial that has started. We will also break that down as well. Chat, I'm sorry for the late start tonight once again. I know if you guys are here, I know some of you guys have to go to work, and I know I'm probably keeping you up past your bedtime. If you're on the West Coast, I think you're probably chill. Just bear with me. If not, the clips will be available. Shout out to Drill, right? So here's a new indictment. This will be on theakademy.blog if you guys do care to read it yourself or have all the copies. And again, let me just be very clear. I think this is the third superseding indictment. That's what I believe. And I'm going to not go through, it's 17 pages. I don't want to go through every single thing. It repeats a lot of things we already know. So let's just get to the things we don't know. First and foremost, one of the things that are still that is sticking out, and kind of not really worrisome, but, I'm asking questions about it. They have charged Sean Combs with a racketeering and a conspiracy. And when you hear racketeering and conspiracy, and also when they talk about someone having a enterprise that facilitates crime, you think about, well, it's not one person. So we're used to seeing these type of charges with multiple people, or what they would call co-conspirators. Now, if you read the whole thing, they actually mention co-conspirators. There are co-conspirators in this whole thing, but they're not charged. That could mean a bunch of things, right? It could mean maybe these people have proffered, which might give them exempt them from prosecution, right? It also could mean that they are cooperating witnesses, right? CWs, cooperating witnesses that are now going to snitch or testify on Diddy. Again, if the feds are painting this picture that he was doing all these crimes and he was being facilitated by his organization, his money, unless everybody was only just doing what they're told and had no idea, some of these people could actually be co-conspirators, because it wasn't only Diddy getting his dick sucked and his booty hole licked or penetrate, whatever the hell. It was other people, right? And if those people could be co-conspirators, and by the way, if you remember back to the Cassie thing, some people felt like the video of Cassie got leaked where he's beating her in the hallway to further showcase that even if you saw a video of Cassie, I don't know, like just in complete ecstasy, smiling from ear to ear while getting the Eiffel Tower on her and a nigga nothing on her face, it doesn't mean that she was willing. It doesn't mean that this was her thing. She was doing this because Diddy was beating her ass and kind of forcing her to do it, and that's what it is. So people believe that video was to help convince not only a grand jury but also the public that Cassie wasn't a co-conspirator. She wasn't Ghislaine Maxwell. If you don't know, that's Jeffrey Epstein's girl who would basically go get the other girls for him to fuck, including possibly underage ones as well. So we're going to see what happens, but let me just give you the quick updates on what's new in this superseding indictment. pretty much state the same things. Okay, whatever. They talk about his enterprise, okay? And then they talk about the purpose. And they basically now get to the counts and the charges, right? And the charges are, and they talk about the racketeering conspiracy. And yeah, they haven't really given any new details saying that he's done new things or they found out about new things. It feels like they're just continuing to repeat the same things, okay? Anyway, what's new in this indictment is that they have something called a notice of special sentencing factors. Now, I'll read really quickly. So from at least 2009 up until 2018, part of his agreement to conduct and participation in the conduct of affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering, Diddy agreed to affecting interstate commerce and foreign commerce. Now, just to not bore you with the bullshit details, because they type a lot in these things, they're saying this is still an indictment. It's a superseding indictment, but they're putting what's called special sentencing factors in the matters in federal court. If you've been doing this pattern of behavior for, like, say, 10 years or more, which that's why they say, from like 2009 to like 2018, they're trying to like almost kind of create this idea that this pattern of behavior that Diddy was engaging in, that they're accusing him of, was happening for 10 years. What does that mean? Usually if you're found guilty of such acts, and it's provable that this was happening for a decade or more, in sentencing, they're gonna slam the hammer on you, which I would mean, or I would take this to mean, they want Diddy to go to jail for life. That's what they're trying to say. Okay, this motherfucker been a creep. He been this. We want him to go to jail for life. Okay, so they're adding these special sentencing factors, and then they're saying for 3 years in the Southern District, he was doing also these other things, and basically these are just things to kind of like trump up these charges that if he gets found guilty, when it comes time to sentencing, they won't take it light on him. Okay, so count one is, I believe, racketeering. Now, I'm not gonna bore you tonight. Maybe another night I will. So count one is racketeering, right? Now, there's a slight difference between a racketeering conspiracy and what we call a RICO, right? So a RICO is racketeering. Oh my God, I always forget the fucking thing. RICO. It's an acronym. Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act. Okay, so that's what RICO is. He's not necessarily charged with a RICO, but RICO they're very similar. Like being charged with a RICO and then charged with racketeering conspiracy is like, they're like half brothers, if you get what I mean. So, and they both kind of work the same, where like you see they start listing a bunch of things underneath it saying, yo, we believe that he, here we go. Oh, he did multiple acts of tampering with witnesses, bribery. He did, I think they'll say even arson at some point. It says sex trafficking, forced labor. Okay? Okay, whatever. Anyway, so count two is sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. Again, the interesting thing about this indictment is like they're, I don't want to say overcharging Diddy, but they're adding so much charges. Like, imagine, let me just give you what I see as a equivalent. Imagine you're driving down the street, you're drunk, you killed someone, right? But they charge you with 4 different types of homicide. So they charge you with first-degree murder. Now, first-degree murder usually means premeditated murder. So they charge you with that like you meant to do it. Then they charge you with second-degree murder. Then they charged you with vehicular homicide, right? Which is another type of murder. Then they charge you with just negligent murder. Then they charge you with manslaughter. All of these things are pretty much murder, right? Basically means somebody died. How would you be guilty for their death? It depends on what the jury would feel. They might be like, yeah, the person died as a result of you striking them, but that wasn't your intention, manslaughter, right? I'm looking at this, how they're charging Diddy. Yeah, I charged him with the racketeering conspiracy that has sex trafficking in it already. And then now you're doing sex trafficking by itself, because sex trafficking has a whole different, sex trafficking outside of the racketeering has this whole different net with it. So basically, they're just charging them different ways for the same damn thing. You get what I'm saying? Now, granted, this one here, count 2, previously was only relegated to Cassie. Cassie is victim 1. And I think it's still only relegated to Cassie. Yeah, it says it right here. Transported, maintained victim 1, this and third. So essentially, you know, again, his case is going to be so interesting. I think it's still set tentatively for May 2025. It's going to get pushed back. I don't think this happens even in 2025. Whenever this gets to court, it's going to be explosive. You know, Cassie's going to be on the stand, and she's going to have to sing like a Tweety Bird, probably 2-3 days up there. I'm pretty sure it's going to evoke tears. It's going to be really emotional. They need Cassie. Cassie is the person that is going to do a lot of legwork if Diddy goes to jail. Now, there's 2 other victims, victim 2 and victim 3. And when this case was a little bit hotter, I told you guys we were going to like try to deduce and figure out who those people were, but we haven't really doubled back on this thing. It's just, this Diddy case is just too much, bro. Okay, so again, remember I said, right? They're kind of charging the same thing. Look, count 3, remember, what the jurors are going to vote on, unless one of them get thrown out by the judge, are the counts, right? So, you know why I said they're charging differently for the same thing? Under the racketeering thing, right? Under the racketeering thing, you're going to see sex trafficking. Then they charge them differently for sex trafficking. Then you're going to see prostitution is one of these. I mean, let's see. Here's the arson for Kid Cudi. You got kidnapping. I'm pretty sure they have prostitution somewhere here. Forced labor. Okay, yeah, they have prostitution under this too. See, so under racketeering, they have prostitution. Under count 1, they have all the other charges. Then they charge him separately again, which is whatever. They want this thing in jail bad, and they're putting a new sentencing guideline in there. They want him in jail for life. Okay, they're not playing. So count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. I told you this is the Cassie charge. And count 3 is transportation or engaging in prostitution. And yeah, if you kind of like go through this, it's also kind of limited to Cassie. And then count 4, which these are the new counts that they introduced, I believe, in the second superseding indictment. And this is where they bring in victim 2 and victim 3. Okay. I'll give you a little bit read up on this. It says from 2021 to 2024, which, by the way, isn't that the Carisha era? By the way, I don't think Carisha is listed a victim here, by the way. But this is pretty recent, right? They said that he was affecting interstate and foreign commerce because he had people doing sex trafficking shit by fraud, or coercion, and said that okay. So that has to do with victim 2. Okay, so victim 2 is getting sex trafficked, which, by the way, count 2 is sex trafficked. But whatever. They're saying victim 2 is getting the same thing by force, fraud, or coercion, and that's why he has a 4th count, right? And by the way, the way how it works too, you could get a count for every person. That's how it kind of works, right? Even though sometimes a racketeering statute, they won't charge you for every person, they'll just put it under an overt act. Whatever. Count 5 is the same thing. Transportation for prostitution, victim 2, and that's about it. Now, they had a victim 3 in here. I don't know if maybe they removed that person. They might have removed that person. Chat, do you see a victim 3? In one of the other indictments, there's victim 3. That would be interesting to know. We can find it here. If you guys ever want to find any of these documents, go to theakademy.blog and just search. Let's search. Diddy indictment. Okay, okay, here's the first superseding indictment. Yeah. So in the first superseding indictment, they added 2 victims, right? So this was the first one. This was back in January 30th, right? And this was 15 pages. And when we got to, let's go, keep it going. When we got to, our count 2 was for victim 1, but then count 3, right? Count 3 had victim 2 and 3 in it, right? And what we're seeing with this new indictment, victim 3 is no longer there. You see, this is kind of odd. I'm telling you, you know what's happening right now in this Diddy case? Bro, I think the feds are realizing a lot of niggas was capping. Again, we not defending Diddy. Only thing we saying is that Cassie got a real story to tell. The rest of these bitches and niggas are lying for the most part. Because if 100 people claim Diddy did something to them and the feds only bumped it up to 3 in terms of victims, then they minus someone that you can chat. Am I blind? Maybe I'm missing some here. I just showed you the first superseding indictment. You could go get it on theakademy.blog. And the first superseding indictment lists 3 victims. It says victim 1, victim 2, victim 3. Now this superseding indictment, count 4, only mentions victim 2. Oh, you can't see, my bad. Mentions victim 2. We don't see no victim 3. Right here, count 3. We see victim 1. We don't see no victim 3. Count 2. We don't see no victim 3. It's like, that's odd to me. Isn't that odd? The feds are charging you. They're claiming you're this mass rapist. You're this mass sex trafficker. They give you a superseding indictment, claim that there's 3 people you did it to. And then they give another superseding indictment. And that superseding indictment says, nah, it wasn't 3, it was 2. That's odd. Anyway, again, no one's here defending Diddy's innocence or trying to double down on his guilt. Hold on. Okay. All right. Yeah, but pretty much this is being it's getting a little bit interesting. It's getting a little interesting, man. Whatever, they have a continual grand jury going on with this Diddy shit, and I could imagine everything is being said. And also, they're probably realizing, oh, nigga, you a liar. Oh, okay, you're telling the truth. All right, you move on to the next level. You get out of here. This is going to get interesting, people. All right, we're not here to do too much Diddy stuff. No pun intended. Actually, pun intended, right? Anyway, that's the update. New superseding indictment. Still no new co-defendants. Only, and we have 1 less victim. So now Diddy is accused of doing all this bullshit, at least with sex trafficking, to 2 people. Okay? He's not necessarily charged for arson. Those things are like overt acts, which is, that would be Kid Cudi, who would be the person who would be the victim there, right? All right. All good. Perfect. Let me see. Okay. Yo, chat, you remember when we used to do 3 hours talking about Diddy? Oh my God. That shit was like a dub. I'm glad we've moved on from that. All right, people. So, we should probably do the Tay-K thing a little bit. All right, let's do Tay-K. Chad, Tay-K was, this Tay-K trial has started, man. It's so sad. I was on Twitter today. I don't know if I could find the tweet, but actually I could just look it up right now. I won't find the tweet, but I'll find the image they used. Tay-K the race. Oh, let's just do, yeah. Tay-K. I love this video where he was just like stacking. Right here. Is it this one? Damn. Yo, it's been so long. Those videos used to pop up a lot. Now all the videos of him are in court or jail. TK stacking. Okay, yeah. Like, chat, the reality of it is this. This is TK that we remember. These days, I don't know if we get a look at TK. I think we do for a second. This is TK now. The story of TK is so sad to me. He spent his entire life in the prison system and going back and forth to court. And if you don't think that's, by the way, I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, because we can't sit here and act like someone who allegedly or was convicted of doing murders and was openly bragging about it like, oh, they should just be free because we like their music. So I'm not saying he don't deserve it. But there is something quite sad about someone who, again, he's hauled back and forth to court. Here he's already serving essentially a life sentence. He has 55 years. He has 55 years. How old is TK right now? Let's go look it up. TKH. He's 24. Let's just say 50 years. He'll be 74. The life expectancy of someone who is in the prison system isn't that high. A 55-year sentence almost is like a life sentence. Now I get it. There's parole and other things, and possibly he could fight it, get it overturned, maybe get a pardon. We know there's many different ways that you can still work the legal system to try to get up off or get under this sentence that they impose on you. I'm just telling you how sad this is. His entire life, and you got to remember this too. This ain't voluntary. He can't be like, man, I'm lazy today, man. I don't want to go to court, man. Just leave me in my cell, bro. They're dragging him back and forth. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if his family don't show up to every hearing. This is taxing and emotionally taxing on anybody. This is going to happen for maybe a couple more weeks again. Then they might do appeals. Then they might do, they got to go through sentencing if he gets found. There's a lot of things to be done. And we have to acknowledge how sad it is. We're watching a young man that we love his music. I was bumping on my story because you know me, gun collector. That's it. I bought a few weapons and I put a TK song over it. And I was like, damn, TK makes some good music. But we're watching this guy live his entire life behind a glass, from fuzzy pictures of people with him on the phone through the screen, or we're watching him in court just kind of go through the motions, because how optimistic could you be when you already got life? Now, to be clear, and let me explain what's going on. So he got found guilty for the first murder. TK was charged with multiple murders. This next case, so the first case he got found guilty on, he was one of the only people that didn't take a plea. He thought, well, if I take a plea, the plea deals were like 15 years they were giving out. And he was probably thinking, I want to be an artist. Like, I'm hoping to get through this. Hopefully, I'm going to beat the case, because that's what colloquially everybody keeps saying about, everything. I'm going to beat the case, right? Take it to trial. Well, the case was this. TK and his peoples go to rob somebody. Okay? TK provided the gun. TK didn't pull the trigger. The person who was robbing the person pulled the trigger, killed the person. There were multiple people involved in this setup. Women, of course. Close that back door. Don't get snaked by a thought. Those women all testified. They all took plea deals, and they all testified. TK and I think his legal team thought, it's one of those things, I planned the robbery. I didn't tell him to kill a nigga. I didn't plan a murder. But the way how the law works in most places, especially in Texas, well, if you planned crime A and it turned into crime B, C, D, and E, you planned the whole thing, nigga. And that's what happened, right? So not only was the people testifying against him, he got found guilty for that murder. He's doing 55 years. But he has another murder. Now, during this turned up time of fuck a beat, I ain't trying to beat a case, and I ain't beat Kate, nigga, I did a race, all that type of stuff. TK was up in one of my favorite restaurants, parking lot, Chick-fil-A. And while living that young, gun-toting, crazy life, there was a cameraman, and let me be very clear, not a cameraman, because it was a boy. They all were underage. And they were supposed to shoot a music video. I don't know what exactly happened, how it went left, or maybe it was never supposed to be that. TK and his people tried to take the man's camera equipment. The dude was not trying to give his shit up. He hopped on the windshield of the vehicle in the parking lot of Chick-fil-A. Now, this is, by the way, this is a trial he's in now. And this is why it's, they treated the dude like he was a gnat. You ever see someone hit your windscreen and you turn on the thing to get the white person to wipe it off? Well, they ain't do it like that. TK pulled out his magic wand, his gun, reached outside the window, and shot the dude. The dude rolled off the hood of the car, and he bled out in the parking lot and died. The video is actually caught, or the purported video, we believe this is real, TK Chick-fil-A. Let's see if we can find the video. Surveil, here we go. Here we go. Here we go, people. This was the car speeding away. You can see something looks like there's some disturbance on the windshield here, but they sped away after the dude was shot and bleeding out. To be very clear, hold on. I want to get the age of the young man. By the way, he was already on the run for another murder. But it was actually, the dude was on there, sorry. It was 23-year-old Anthony Saldivar. Okay? That's the person who died. So that's what TK's in trial for now. Day one started off hot. I probably could find that. And there's people testifying left and right. The thing about murder, we keep hearing everybody saying they in the streets. This, that, and the third. The reality, hold on, is this pre-trial right here? Sorry. The reality is, was it 2 days ago? Wait. All that no snitching shit sounds a lot better when you're free and not inside. Give me a second. The existence of that transcript. All right, let me. I'm trying to get some testimony. We're not gonna make this long. This might be the mom. Is it mom?
The car was stopping and going in very short succession, just quick, and so it was like bouncing. And then, at first I didn't think anything of it. We just giggled. The Spurs game, there was a Spurs game happening. Fiesta was just winding up. So I just thought it was, somebody having a good time. We didn't think anything of it until I noticed that the car was stopped, but it was bouncing. And so I looked closer and I told my husband, I said, I don't think they're kidding anymore. Looks like they're beating up the guy in the middle of the back seat. And so, being nosy, I just stood there watching, and I just couldn't, we really just couldn't really understand what was happening until the door swung open, and somebody was yelling, help me. And then the door would slam, and then the door would open again, and you would hear them screaming. And then I heard, don't shoot him here.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation.
All right, if you'll lay the foundation.
You know what type of nigga you gotta be to kill a man at Chick-fil-A. Man, Chick-fil-A got the nicest. Chick-fil-A got their workers outside. They don't even keep them inside. They got them outside with an iPad. What you want? You want Chick-fil-A sauce with that? Come on.
Well, Judge, I think
The player 001, thank you for your donation. Let me read what you just said. Appreciate you. What you just said. Wait, is it on the Academy channel? Give me 1 second. Let me just read your donation. Oh. He said, is there a meet and greet for the birthday event? I've been watching you since I was 12. I'm 22 now. Shit is crazy. We just approved for a few more meet and greets to be put up because so many people are asking for those. The first set of meet and greets sold out immediately. We're putting up more meet and greets. I think it should be up tomorrow or something like that, but I appreciate you, all right? I'm very fortunate that you've been watching me for 10 years. It's like, damn, I've watched you grow up. You've grown up with me. Thank you. All right, let's get back to this for a second.
okay. And so when you heard that statement that you just said, without repeating it, what was the demeanor of the people that were inside of the car?
They were still hitting him.
Okay. And so was it like a high stress situation?
Yes.
Okay. And you described it as chaotic?
Yes.
Okay. And so then what did you hear?
I heard that, and it frightened me because when I looked closer, I noticed that the passenger in the front, who was wearing a white shirt, was holding a gun. And that's when we backed up a little. We took a couple of steps
That seems like that would be TK.
back.
Progressed from that issue to what's been visually observed. I just renew my objection. If they're abandoning trying to lay the foundation, I'd ask for instructions since part of the answer was given.
That will sustain your disregard what was said.
The person in the front seat that was holding the gun.
Okay. And you said what color shirt was that person wearing?
He was wearing a white t-shirt.
Okay. And
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. This case ain't gonna turn out too good. When somebody when did this incident happen? This happened in 2017. If she remembers, she's not saying, let me think, it's been a while. She's saying it, yo, he was wearing a white t-shirt. That's 8 years ago. Just have to remember, the witnesses are definitely going to be the people who really tell this tale.
you had previously described this person as a Hispanic male, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
but again, the car was just moving, it was bouncing. So everybody just looked brown to me.
Okay. And so when you describe the front passenger seat, I guess as far as the person that was in the front passenger seat skin tone, would you be able to describe their skin tone and their tone of hair?
Yes, they were, it seemed to be, if I said they were Hispanic, it was like they were darker, a little bit darker, and they had dark cropped hair.
Okay. Well, any
Sitting, it's like,
did have a hand.
All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. By the way, this was, I believe, day 2. Day 1, I'll give you a quick run through because there's a little short video.
Robbed of his passion and fatally shot for fighting to get it back. That's how the prosecution describes what happened to Mark Anthony Saldivar back in April of 2017.
It is what we heard on the first day of the murder trial for Texas rapper Tay-K. His real
I might be wrong, Chad, but every time I look in Tay-K's face, I see regret, man. I see regret. I see pain. I see turmoil.
name is Tamor McIntyre, and he was 16 when he was accused of killing Saldivar. Erica Hernandez covering this for us, and she joins us now from the Bexar County Justice Center. So, Erica, how did each side lay out their case here on day one?
Yeah, Myra, so for the state, they say Mark Anthony Saldivar was allegedly attacked by Tamor McIntyre and his friends as they were trying to steal his photography gear. But the defense says that there will be key eyewitness testimony that will be inconsistent and that they have evidence that will dispute the state's entire case.
How do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
It's been more than 7 years since Tamor McIntyre was arrested and later charged with the capital murder of 20-year-old Mark Anthony Saldivar. Saldivar fatally shot in a Chick-fil-A parking lot right across from North Star Mall after allegedly having his camera equipment stolen.
He was an up-and-coming rapper that contacted Mark about this photo shoot.
Prosecutor Jason Garahan says inside the vehicle with McIntyre were 3 other people, and at some point they demanded Saldivar's backpack.
This man right over here pulled out a gun and turned around and started hitting with fist and also with the gun, telling him, "Give me your stuff, give me your stuff."
Saldivar, Garahan says, was able to get out of the vehicle and got on top of the car asking for his backpack. That is when he says McIntyre got out.
You'll see that passenger door open up.
Princess Reality, what's up with you, girl?
The front passenger door opened up, where this man over here was sitting with that gun. He leans out. He shoots Mark through the shoulder.
The defense says all the people in the vehicle will testify about what happened, but their testimony is not consistent, and there was never any evidence Saldivar even had camera equipment with him.
You'll hear testimony from one of the cooperating co-defendants, one of the accomplices, that the photo shoot that he just described had been called off, and that they were just giving this guy a ride. There's no camera recovered in this case.
The defense even implying they have ballistic evidence that doesn't match what the state has.
This conflicting evidence, it's worth the wait.
Now, testimony is still ongoing right now. You can...
Okay. Essentially, those were opening statements. So his side is saying, yo, they're not saying he was in the car. It seems like they're taking the strategy of, hold on, I don't think there is a case to say beyond a reasonable doubt Tay-K killed this guy. Oh, if y'all have stories that he came to get robbed or they got into it and he was getting robbed, well, is that necessarily true? How could that be true when there was a scheduled video shoot that was called off? How was he robbed for a camera? No camera was ever found. So they're trying to muddy the waters here, but you know, and of course the jury is instructed to not think about or not be biased to the fact that he's already convicted of another murder. They have to look at this case in isolation. However, you heard what the defense attorney said. There's a couple niggas who was with Tay-K in this case that is testifying against him. His friends, they've taken plea. He's the one that's, for whatever reason, he's taking it all to trial. Both cases. He lost the first one. We'll see what happens with this one. Very sad situation. If you guys do want more information on it and a further breakdown of this case, please just let me know. I'll get more into it, but I'm not trying to do a whole hour-long thing on Tay-K and this murder case when it happened in 2017. We've covered a lot, and I think you guys get the gist, okay? By the way, here's a wrap-up. Here's a wrap-up on the witnesses. Oh, wait, no, not this. Sorry. Here's a wrap-up on the first week, and then we'll move on.
Testimony from the chief Bexar County medical examiner wrapped up the first week in the trial of Texas rapper Tay-K. Tamor McIntyre is accused of killing photographer Mark Anthony Saldivar in a Chick-fil-A parking lot across from North Star Mall back in 2017. Erica Hernandez shows us how there's been conflicting testimony this week. Plus, we take a look at what we can expect next week.
He leans out. He shoots Mark through the shoulder.
On Tuesday, the state came out swinging, saying they had enough evidence to prove Tamor McIntyre was the one who pulled the trigger and shot 20-year-old Mark Saldivar. This after they say McIntyre and 3 others tried to rob Saldivar of his photography gear. But testimony this week in the high-profile trial hasn't been so clear. Several people who witnessed the fight inside a vehicle or the actual shooting weren't consistent about the identity of the shooter. Some testifying that it was a Hispanic man and others a black man.
Okay. Now this is interesting. And I understand. So these are people who weren't in the car. These are people who are looking at the car, right? I think what's really going to matter are the people who are in the car if they're testifying, right?
About clear. Several people who witnessed the fight inside a vehicle or the actual shooting weren't consistent about the identity of the shooter. Some testifying that it was a Hispanic man.
Yeah, that's what she was saying. She said it looked like it was someone who could be consistent with being Hispanic. Or definitely had a short haircut, though.
And others a black man. The jury also viewed surveillance footage of the shooting and moments after as the vehicle was abandoned, but nothing has been clear enough to show that Tamor McIntyre was in fact the shooter. On Friday, the jury did hear from the medical examiner who explained how one gunshot wound to the shoulder killed Saldivar.
The bullet would have to go through the chest, which would mean the possibility of hitting the lungs, so the left lung, the right lung, the heart.
The 3 people who were alleged to be in the car with McIntyre have yet to take the stand. That is expected next week. Also next week, the jury could deliberate. If they do find McIntyre guilty, he would automatically be sentenced to life in prison. At the Cadena Reeves Justice Center, Erica Hernandez, KSAT 12 News.
Okay. We'll see how this goes, chat. Again, if you guys do want to watch, me, I'm like a stickler for details. I would love to see the medical examiner's testimony. It'll tell you how brutal or how, even how this person died, their last moments. Because, did this person bleed out, like fucking choking on their own blood? I know this might be graphic. Did they die immediately, right? Was it a shot to the head and it just died immediately? It kind of helps, depict how, obviously it's a gunshot wound, but still, how this person's last moments was. And it kind of does help make up the jury mind to be like, this nigga is a fucking savage, right? This person sat there choking on their own blood in a fucking Chick-fil-A parking lot for an hour while onlookers was calling the police, and you drove off thinking you got a camera or a SD card. Like, yeah, if we find you guilty, there's no death penalty, I think, in this case, though. Take a death penalty. I think there was death penalty in the first case. I think there was, yeah. So he's not eligible for death penalty in this particular one. Oh, it's because he was a minor at the time. Okay, all right. And so there's a federal case law that says when a criminal is under age of 18, death penalty is not on the table. This is state, though. I guess the state didn't elect for it with this one. I think they did with the first one. Or they tried to. There's a whole drama with it. Anyway. All right, people. You know what I just seen posted? Shout out to my niggas who run Academics TV. Actually, let's watch it there. If you guys don't follow Academics TV on Twitter, you guys are missing out. This was interesting. They said Young Thug pulled up to DDG's stream. So DDG is really popping off streaming right now. And apparently he streamed himself. I think this is at the Marathon Burger spot? This was some people were telling me, and they're saying that Young Thug pulled up. Watch this. Now he says Sam, which is Black Sam. So Black Sam is the brother of Nipsey Hussle, who passed away. Marathon Burger. You know the slogan Marathon continues. This is DDG here. If you don't know, he cut his hair because he got like a lot of subs. He got 40,000 subs, which he did like a 7-day nonstop thing. Chat, should I do some shit like that? 7 days nonstop, film every moment? That seems extreme. I'm like, hold on, man. Hold on now. Okay, anyway. Thug pulls up. DDG's here. Now, the reason why I'm actually even watching this, and you know me, I love drama. When Gunna went to perform and just got out of jail, before Offset started fucking with him, and then I seen a few other people start fucking with him, nobody fucked with Gunna. Everyone was calling him a rat, Master Splinter. The only person when he sold out to Barclays and he was doing these shows that, you know, never talked against him, never said nothing bad about him, and he brought this person out was DDG. Now, they have a song together. They do have a song. But DDG was one of the only people that supported Gunna. And this was an interesting moment for me because Thug clearly hates Gunna. Clearly. It's the reason why I told you he was sending out these smoke signals when Gunna was dropping. He wanted to let people know, you don't let this fuck nigga, because Gunna never said fuck Thug. But Thug wanted to let people know, I don't like this motherfucker. But he couldn't say it. It would be called witness tampering. He sent messages to Wham. He sent messages to Dirk. He sent messages to like a few other Atlanta rappers that I won't say their names. He was telling everybody, I don't fuck with this fuck nigga. So I would imagine, even now that he's free, which he still don't fuck with Gunna, when he sees DDG, and I don't think he has a relationship with DDG, but DDG's been supporting Gunna, what will that reaction be? Will he dap him up? Yo, DDG was cracking, homie. Now, granted, DDG ain't testify against him. DDG ain't say nothing against him. DDG cool with everybody, right? Let's see what this reaction is. Now, I'm looking at DDG's face. It's like DDG's like, oh shit. Look. Maybe I'm reading too much into his facial expression. Let's go.
No, my brother.
Ooh. Now, DDG's a rapper. I know we've seen a streamer shit, but he is a rapper. I think DDG, he played it cool. He kind of knew what it was because he could have been like, oh, you trying to dap me up and get embarrassed. He ain't go for the dap either. He ain't go for the dap, and then you're going to see Thug go for the dap, but he's trying to dap up Black Sam, Nipsey's brother.
No, my brother.
Somebody said DDG ignored Thug. No, they both ignored each other. They both ignore each other. That's what happens.
Let me get some more gloves. Get some more gloves. We're finished?
It's like he sees Thug here. He does turn his face right when Thug about to put the hand out, though. It's not like, because you ever, the most embarrassing moment ever is when like a nigga trying to dap somebody else up, but like it's kind of in front of you too, and you're like, oh, you think it's for you, like, oh, it's just natural for you to be like, oh, what up? And then you realize, oh, never mind. Oh shit, that was okay. But he did turn his face before Thug reached his hand out, right?
No, my brother.
But Thug did kind of turn back around. But I think we hear Thug say Sam. Yeah, he says Sam, right?
No, my brother.
Oh.
No, my brother. Sam.
Oh no, he said Sam already. Yeah, so once he says Sam, yeah, DDG realizes, he not acknowledging me because I'm right. I'm in front of Sam. He not acknowledging me. Fuck it, I'm not going to acknowledge him. He's saying Sam.
Sam. No, my brother.
Let me get some more gloves. Get some more gloves.
Get some more gloves. Okay. All right. Young Thug moving around, man. Seen that nigga out with Mariah the Scientist last night, man. That boy doing his thing. Young Thug, Mariah, Scientist. Yeah, they were at the game last night. Look at them. Yeah. She seems like a great girl. You know what I noticed like last night? And this is why I said I think she's a great girl, because she's a star in her own right. Like, I didn't know, because, you know what I mean? I don't really listen to songs like that she be singing like that. But women fucking love her. And, what the fuck? Oh, I thought it was like porn or something. I'm like, oh, hell no. and Thug was walking and he's holding her hand. And for me, when I'm trying to see if a woman is a good woman, I got to see if she suffers from main character syndrome. Now, it's normal a woman who's a star suffers from main character syndrome. But Thug is holding her hand and he's walking and he sees somebody, daps him up, and he's having a conversation. And she just chills. She chills and lets her man have a conversation. She's very womanly. You know what I mean? Now, granted, she's a big fucking deal. She's not like just some Instagram model, but she knows how to play her fucking role. And I seen that and I said, okay, that's actually really dope. It's actually really dope. I don't know if I can find the actual video, but yeah, you guys get what I'm saying. I think I kind of explained it. I don't know if I see it on this Shade Room or something like that. But yeah, I like them together. I think it's cool. I know some of y'all are probably like, yo, bro, what about all that shit where like he was FaceTiming like mad chicks in jail? Bro, you don't date, let me tell you this. You don't date a rapper if you think the rapper gonna be faithful. It's just about, do you think the rapper is gonna embarrass you? Real talk. You get what I'm saying? Like, I'm pretty sure if you ask Cardi B not even mad. Like, I guarantee there's no way Cardi B got with Offset saying Offset was never gonna cheat on her. I guarantee her problem with Offset is that, bro, you're fucking bitches that I be shitting on, that be working in clubs that I used to work in. Like, you're fucking the same bitches that's like they're my fans. You know what I mean? Like, women are a little weird with that. If it was just some random bitch after a show, he don't care. I guarantee she don't care. I'm telling you, let me tell you something. Rule number 1, you don't date a rapper if you want a rapper to be faithful. You don't. Okay? Hold on. Wait, where did the chat go? The fuck? Chat. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's like, Cardi B knows some of these girls. Cardi B's from New York. Like, respectfully, you can't fuck no New York bartenders. Like, honestly. And I get Cardi on that. Bro, you can't fuck a New York bartender. Bro, New York bartenders are off, like, those are off limits. Like, you can't fuck no chick who's, like, I used to be the chick in the club with rappers trying to fuck me. Pause. Like, I'm talking from Cardi's perspective. She's looking at like, bro, if you want to fuck one of your little Migos groupies, go ahead. I'll never hear about that fucking bitch. But don't buy a purse or a car for a motherfucking bitch that used to be me. It's female shit. You know what I'm talking about. So, back to Young Thug and Mariah the Scientist. Of course Mariah the Scientist know this nigga's he's gonna fuck other bitches. Of course. You know, she's probably just saying, yo, listen, man. I know the jail calls you ain't never think was coming out. No more of that bullshit. Okay? No more. No more. You know what I mean? If you go slide to go see your homies and fuck a chick, just don't make it come up. It is what it is, man. Cheating is part of the game, chat. In celebrity culture. I'm not saying it should be in regular culture. In celebrity culture, only an idiot gets with someone and says, especially a rapper, and says, I'm expecting loyalty. They're usually just not expecting embarrassment. All right. Thug DDG. Cool vibes, though. Cool vibes. You know what's so funny? I guarantee that nigga, Gunna. Yo, I guarantee Gunna texted DDG and be like, yo, Yo, I appreciate you for keeping it P. Some dumb shit like that. He probably said something like that to him. Yo, DDG, thank you for keeping it P. You know what I mean? All right. All good. Let's see. Really quickly. Yo, chat, man. So Spotify has removed notable streaming volume from tracks across genres for the third month in a row. February, March, and April, they have done this. I don't even think they make the announcement. Let's see if we can see it. Spotify removes data. Let's see. We're trying to see. Spotify fake remove fake streams. Okay. All right. So it says the main narrative. Okay. Spotify, the world leading music streaming service, and represents all the best and the worst things about the music industry today to a T. One thing they seem to be committed to fixing, though, is the prevalence of fake streams and stream botting on the platform. According to chart data, the company removed notable streaming volume from songs across genres for the third month in a row, a consistent practice they began in this February. Now that we're in April, fans have more questions about who this is really about, okay? All right, so this is what they said. February, March, and April, they've removed it. By the way, they did, I think, put out a statement saying that, if artists, are caught doing this, they'll do certain things to remediate it. And of course, at a certain point, they'll try to punish the artist. Okay. Now, who are these motherfuckers who are faking streams? Could we talk about it, chat? Could we talk about it? Now, if you ask me, I think there are a few players that you're going to see consistently that are faking streams like a motherfucker. And I'm going to say something that I think most of y'all will understand, though. Fake streams are easy to identify. If right now, I don't want to throw nobody on the bus, but I will. If YK Osiris dropped a song, and in, say, 4 months, it had 100 million streams on Spotify, but nobody knows a lyric from the song. There's not a bunch of people dancing to it on TikTok. There's no conversation around it. It'd be clear, like, you're faking your streams. And this is why, remember when I was talking to that guy who claimed he did some fake streams for Kendrick? Nobody wanted to believe him because people, this is why like programming works. Number one, I think Not Like Us is a phenomenal song. I think it's a hit song. I think it works. Nobody wants to believe that even the songs that work get botted too. It's not only unsuccessful artists trying to work the numbers, it's also successful songs and successful artists saying, yo, put it like this. The equivalent is like, I was talking to someone. They were convincing me. They were trying to convince me. They said, Ack. Because I was telling them, I said, these days I'm like hot and cold on wearing my jewelry. I only wear my jewelry to make statements these days. I don't really wear it all the time anymore. But there was a time I did. And they were saying, well, are you going to get some new stuff? And I'm like, no, for what? Because I don't wear it that much. There was a phase that I was kind of wearing it a lot. Now I pick and choose when I wear it. And if I was to wear it now, I feel like I have enough. And I don't want to follow the new trends of, I got Cuban links. So like, no, you got to get the infinity. No. I'm not going to go spend another $100,000 for that. No, I'm good. So the person started to say to me, they said, well, bro, this is your problem. You don't have to get a real chain. You're academics. Nobody on earth thinks you're broke. Just get the fake shit. And it reminded me of when I was at the jeweler, And it was so interesting. I was getting the stuff made. And it was like, this place in Miami. And this one jeweler said, yo, Ack, he shows me a Richard Mille. And all he keeps saying, that Meek Mill lyric always was in my head. It's like, Richard Mille costs a Lambo, which is like at least $250,000, right? But so the jeweler shows me a Richard Mille. It's iced out. And he said, yo, bro, this right here, this is $40,000. He's like, this Richard Mille is fake. He's like, yo, he was kind of like trying to lightly sell it to me. He's like, yo, you know, if somebody like you buy it, nobody's going to question it. They think you already got money. Just as long as you're not posting, this is exactly what he said. As long as you're not just posting pictures of the Richard Mille by itself, if it's with you on an outfit, cool. Just don't post a picture of it like, yo, look at my Richard Mille, and nobody will ever question it. I tell that story because that is what streaming is like. Yo, the dudes who shouldn't get hundreds of millions of streams, when they do, when they start botting, it's mad obvious. I remember French Montana was caught up in some shit before. They were just like, yo, bro, we know your streaming data. We know how many fans usually check for you. What the fuck is this? Soulja Boy got caught with doing some shit, but it was early on as like YouTube land. Niggas was like, yo, bro, you bought the views, you didn't buy the comments. Nigga had like 3 million views, 80 comments. It was like, yo, bro, you got to buy the comments too. You know what I mean? What's really hard to tell is when niggas actually seem like they deserve the numbers that you're seeing, and they're not saying, let's bot it by a factor of 3 or 4, which means 3 or 4 times where it's at now. They're just saying, we did 200 million views organically, bot 50 or 75. That's the thing. That's we already think you rich. So if you did do some fake shit, nobody cares. So I remember people were like so resistant to believe that that person that came on my stream could have been telling the truth, because people said, bro, how could Kendrick have botted this shit? When I go outside, I hear it. By the way, when I go outside, I hear it too, chat. Y'all are right. That has nothing to do with the song being botted, or if it wasn't. Now, Spotify, again, they haven't released names, but you could only guess. I see a lot of conversation online about who was being affected by this. By the way, Russ jumped in and he says, yo, Spotify's removing stream counts from big artists who are faking their streams but won't release the names of the said artists. Laughing my ass off, y'all. The artists and the labels doing this are losers. Drake likes it. Now, these are unconfirmed. I see some people say Kendrick. They said Kendrick lost monthly listeners. Went from 110 to 98. After they purged the bots. Do y'all remember when they purged Instagram follower bots and they violated Mace? Mace, I love you, bro. Don't get mad. Yo, Mace lost 1.5 million followers when they deleted all the bots. That shit was crazy. This is back in the day, though. This is old Mace. Anyway. I don't know if this is all the way true. I see people reporting it. By the way, you know, my team did look into it. They went with this number that he dropped to 98 million. Now, again, that might not be, and I want to give Kendrick some benefit of the doubt, because I don't want to do the anti-Kendrick shit. I have several contacts at Spotify. Now, granted, this is pretty proprietary. They might be like, we'll tell you some other shit, but we ain't telling you about this. Because then they know Act might be liable to get on here and be like, here are the 5 biggest botters in terms of artists. But I'm going to try to figure out who the biggest botters are. Okay? Now, I'm going to be honest with you. If you want to, I'm going off what I've heard industry-wise, okay? And I hope you believe me, but you might not, because it might not fit your narrative. I've always heard that Drake's streams are off the muscle. He doesn't do the hieroglyphics. If he played some of the games that the labels would want him to play, they would bot his stream to make him seem even bigger than he seems now. By the way, I do think it's one of the reasons why we see Drake's numbers consistently hovering around 400, 500,000 with a solo project, and we haven't seen the million anymore. Because back when he was doing the million, CD sales were a thing, and there was a finesse for CDs. I think they're just letting that boy do his thing. So the word I've heard, Drake don't do none of that. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna lie to you. And, I ain't trying to get on no Kanye shit. You know what they told me? They say Drake cheap. What does that mean? It's not necessarily cheap. They're just saying that Drake doesn't allocate, or his team doesn't allocate budget to try to rig sales, to try to rig streaming data. He doesn't. That's what I've heard. Let's talk about Kendrick. I'm going to be honest with y'all, chat. I've heard Kendrick isn't that either until recently. I heard, this is a story told to me, could be wrong. They said Kendrick wasn't into botting until him and his team thought the only way Drake could be that big, Drake had to be botting, so they start botting. It's like saying, ain't no way this nigga that smart, he got to be cheating, so you start cheating too. You know what I'm saying? Or you're in baseball and be like, ain't no way this motherfucker is doing all this without some steroids. Let me go get the steroids too. Okay? So from what I want to be honest with y'all. For what I've heard about Kendrick, he's an off-the-muscle artist too, but they started spicing up songs during the battle and they've continued after. Now, nothing crazy. Like, a crazy thing would be like you're giving it 2 to 3 times what the real streams are. Nothing crazy. I'm hearing like 10 to 15% scaled over time. Okay? Which means, let's say you see a Kendrick song, I don't know, say Squabble Up. Like, I don't know, you want let's, again, I'm going off of just what I'm hearing. Let's go to, what should we type in? Kendrick. Yeah, let's go to Kendrick, right? All right, Squabble Up. Squabble Up at 325 million. Now, granted, I think this is the actual number because I think Spotify deleted a bunch of fake streams, which some people claim Kendrick was part of it. But let's say 400 million. Well, I guess I can't, because we already seen the corrected shit. Okay, let's say this was the inflated numbers. If the inflated numbers was 325, it would be like 50, 60 million, or maybe like 70. But they're not botting. Like, this is what I've heard about. Like, Kendrick ain't botting like half of his streams. He's botting about what's industry standard, a 10 to 15% fluff. And you do it in a scaled way to make the record look like it's taken off early on. And when more and more people get brainwashed because of that to listen to the record, you scale down the bottom and real people pick up the heavy lifting. That's what I've heard. Now, I don't want to center this just around Kendrick because I know Drake fans want to do that. There's a lot of botters in the game. There's a lot of botters in the game. The big artists, and again, let me just take it off of Kendrick. The big artists in the game, okay? If they're going to indulge in botting, it's going to be between 10 to 30%. They're not doing more than that, okay? They're not doing more than that. Now, do I think Spotify should let us know who's doing this? Yes. I don't think Drake. No, I don't think Kendrick. Not Kendrick. I don't think Cardi. I don't think Cardi bots. It don't make no sense. But you never know. Yo, chat, you really never know, bro. But I don't think he bots at all. Ironically, supposedly Drake was the #1 streamed artist in the month of March. So if you're wondering, the most streamed artist on Spotify, and I don't know if this is minus the bots, but Drake narrowly beat out Kendrick Lamar. He beat out Cardi, Travis Scott, Future. Ye still up there. Got Eminem, Tyler, the Creator. We have Doechii. Wow. Am I a hater if I'm like, I haven't fully committed to the Doechii wave yet, but the numbers are telling me that it's lit. I'm always a little curious when the numbers are telling me something that my soul and my heart ain't telling me yet. But she does seem talented though, and I am rooting for her. We got Wayne, Juice WRLD, Savage, Baby, Don Toliver. Damn, Savage is out streaming Baby, and Baby just dropped an album? Wow. You know, I talked to Savage the other night, right? So I told him, I said, man, you need a drop. Y'all need a Savage album right now? This is what we need. Savage need a drop. We got Don Toliver, Doja Cat, Nicki Minaj, X, Rocky, and Cole. Okay. Now, I don't want to make this Kendrick is the bot guy. Okay? Just to explain, when I say K-bots, I'm usually referring to this ideology that I believe Kendrick fans spew out like literally robots. They have no nuanced thinking. They repeat talking points. They talk, and the talking points come from not like us. Now, has Kendrick did a little 1-2 finessing? Probably, but I'm not going to chastise him for doing that because he ain't the first and he won't be the last. So that's not really why I say K-bots. The K-bots to me are the people who lack nuanced thinking that just speak in song lyrics from their favorite diss song. That's it. All right. Did y'all see so there's a new angle. Oh my God, chat. There's a new angle of the Say So P murder and Sauce Walker shooting. Kind of shows how everything kind of started up. Here we go. Gotta find it. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Say cheese. Okay. So here's this other footage. So the Say So P shooting, this seems spooky and spookier by the minute. Here's the vehicle that they were in outside of a hotel. So remember, they're staying at this hotel. Sauce Walker supposedly tells the dude, or the dude says whatever, and they're saying, yo, let's go outside to smoke and chill, plus we're by the car. They go outside. So this is their hotel. How did the shooters know they were going to be outside the hotel? Even if the shooters knew they were in the hotel or staying at that hotel. How the shooters knew they were going to be with this car? Did the shooters know the person driving the car? Like, there's so many unanswered questions because, or maybe the shooters saw them earlier and spun back. Who knows? Anyway, this is a different angle showing. You're gonna see Say So P. He's a little bit larger, and just tell me what you notice. So Say So P right here is in a white. Looks like he's chilling. Okay. And then you're going to see shortly, I don't know if Sauce is here. I've heard conflicting reports. By the way, chat, can we, like, don't this look like a cop car or am I tripping? Don't this look like a cop car? It looks like it's down there on the sidewalk, but it might not be on the sidewalk. It might just be a little thing to, oh shit, you can't see. Nah. Never mind. It's just a thing to drop people off. Because if this is the hotel, to drop people off, right, and come out. I'm trying to look. Right, this. Now here's the shooters. The shooters pull up. You notice the flow of traffic. Everybody's kind of close. Shooters pull up. They know exactly where they are. They had the drop more than just random driving by, right? They're moving slowly. Then they stop. You see the gap here. By the way, you have to notice these guys right here. They're not moving like, oh shit, that's our ops car. Obviously, Say So P been out of town. It's on third. By the way, this was supposedly a stolen car, right? So this was a stoley. And yeah, they're chilling. Now, I can't tell if some people told me that Sauce is over here. Some people told me Sauce is here. I don't know. So now the car stops. Now, you can't really tell because they kind of crop it over, but first person to get out of the car is here. Like, this person's out of the car. He's running around the car. And this is him right here. And he immediately goes for shooting. This person just kind of collapses. Then you see someone drop. Then this person's coming around the car. Or actually, this guy's about to run. One collapses. And then, I don't know what he's shooting at, but it looked like he's just shooting maybe through the window. But because Say So P is here. Now, I can't tell if this guy in the red also aims at this dude who's running. But this guy here was the first guy who hopped out. He made sure so Say So P would be down here. He's making sure Say So P is finished. He's really the executor. So he's executing him, right? This guy's across the street, and there's another guy who I believe it might be the Kevin Brown guy. There's another person who is very timid. It feel like, yeah, they went on the drill, but it might be their first drill. Like they might dislike Say So P, but they don't hate him. And the reason why I say that is that there's another person with a gun, but he's kind of sticking by the car. This guy is trying to make sure he's dead. This guy's providing backup. Looked like nobody else had weapons because shit, like he's kind of in the open, whatever. And okay, so I guess he made sure he died. And they run back to the car. And then they drive off. You see, they're about to drive off. I can't tell where. Is this Walker right here? Somebody said they was already posted. How? No, they drove up. Look. If we're watching the whole thing. By the way, how come this person recording couldn't just zoom out that we could see the whole fucking frame? So look, people are driving by. This looks like some type of work vehicle driving by. This guy comes down. Is Sauce Walker right here? And then now the car is going to pull up. Yeah, and by the way, I know some people say they're already posting up. It definitely was blindsided. Yo, Say So P's body language and even everybody around him didn't seem like they were worried about nothing. Like, yo, you ever been somewhere and be like, yo, it's the second time I seen this car. What the fuck? Also, here's the thing. Look right here. Right here. Is the door open? Because it looked like somebody is out right there. It's like the nigga hopped out of the car before everything even started. This isn't Sauce Walker right here, right? Yo, whoever this nigga was right here, this guy right here, this nigga did a 4.240, bro. This nigga did a 4.240 right here. Look, right here. He thought he got hit. I don't know if he got hit. But look at this 40 right here. Bruv, Usain Bolt ain't catching this nigga. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, man. Some crazy shit. That is crazy, huh? Sauce Walker's still doing interviews, still, popping his shit. Let's see. Sauce Walker. Yeah.
Took place just a week and a half ago, right in front of the Western Hotel. We are working right now to get information as to who Kevin Brown is and where he may be from. Stay with us.
Yeah, a lot of ripple effects from that initial deadly shooting downtown. We'll continue to check in. Thanks, Jeremy.
Yeah. By the way, this was kind of ominous too, right? So after the shooter got killed, right? The one guy that was Sauce Walker shooter killed, right? After I'm trying to show the joint. After this guy got killed, right? It looks like, for whatever reason, Sauce Walker goes online and is playing Hail Mary by Tupac. Now, remember he had said he's going to forgive those people who did that because he ain't know what, you don't know what Say So P was into this and third. He said, I got 400 people ready to slide for me, but I'm going to forgive. We ain't going to do nothing. But then the nigga turned up dead. And he turned up dead in Houston, and then Sauce Walker posted Hail Mary with him having on this shirt that's a Houston shirt. The dude died in Houston.
Executed in Houston. That's how TMZ describes the murder.
Oh, this is the guy that was kind of scared right here.
Murder of a Memphis man identified as a suspect in the murder of rapper.
He back in the car when the shoot not even done.
Say So P.
He's going to tell. They got to catch him. You catch him, he tell.
Police say Jaden Dandridge is in this video of the March 22nd shooting near the FedEx Forum. And now we know that Dandridge was found dead in Houston. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre joins us live. Just shocking to hear what's happening here.
Yeah, according to the TMZ reports, that shooting suspect, Jaden Dandridge, police in Houston found him executed in an abandoned building. Now, police say Dandridge is one of multiple people caught on camera carrying out the attack. Memphis police identified him as a suspect on March 26. Less than 24 hours later, Houston police responded to a deadly shooting at an abandoned mall. TMZ reports Dandridge shot multiple times. Memphis police confirmed that Dandridge is dead, though he hasn't been officially named as the victim in the mall shooting. Now,
what type of speech impediment nigga they got to report in the news?
This all comes about a week and a half after that deadly shooting in downtown Memphis, right in front of the Westin Hotel, in broad daylight on a Saturday afternoon. Surveillance video showed several gunmen open fire on two rappers, Memphis native Sayso P and Houston rapper Sauce Walker. Sayso P shot and killed. Sauce Walker shot once in the leg, survived, and is back in Houston, according to his Instagram account. Now, Memphis police are searching for a second suspect. That second suspect has been identified as Kevin Brown. He's wanted on several charges, including first-degree murder and attempted murder. Stay with us as we continue to work to learn new information surrounding this tragedy that took place just a week and a half ago right in front of the Westin Hotel. We are working right now to get information as to who Kevin Brown is and where he may be from. Stay with us.
Yeah, a lot of ripple effects for.
Okay, so he plays Hail Mary.
The Sauce Walker response. I want you guys to pay attention to the.
You got in the goddamn stuff.
And that new angle kind of shows they were completely caught off guard. Oh, this is the full footage. This looked like video from the place next to the Westin. You could tell this is in their little surveillance office, I guess. Huh. Wow. What has Sauce Walker said?
It's one of them days. It's one of them days, man. You know what I'm saying? The whole world been waiting for me to speak. They been wanting to hear, you know what I'm saying, how I feel about this spiel. So we gonna make this little public Sauce announcement like this right here. You know what I'm talking about? Sauce P, Sayso P. Niggas saying all that gay ass, weird ass, lame ass. Idiots. People just post anything on the internet for clicks and views. Dumbass idiots. Y'all talking about sacrificing my brothers. No. Nigga, I changed my brothers' lives. That's what Sauce gotta do. I changed niggas' lives. I changed niggas' situations. I turned niggas some hood niggas to millionaires and billionaires. And shout out to that a zillionaire. You know what I'm talking about? My brother Sauce Mike D, Fofo Mike D Dennis, TSL Business, original TSL member. You know what I'm talking about? How many years we been doing this league?
Man, I can't even understand, man.
You been in this shit before this shit in the beginning.
Before it even started.
You know what I'm saying? Brand new record deal, brand new contract for Sauce Mike Deezy, TSL Business, new album on the way. What's the name of my album, Mike D?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, you know what I'm saying?
Excuse me.
Coming out in a few weeks. Drop with /TSL. 1 RPM. Shout out to my boy 1 RPM Guccio. And you know what I'm saying? The deal went through 300,000. You know what I'm saying? So here go my brother Brad, 100 G's. 100 G's. Oh! Money for that. Oh, but I forgot. I got something else to tell y'all about too. Cause I'm celebrating life. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We celebrating hard work over here, and then we gonna celebrate life. Cause I could have lost mine. I could have lost my life. You feel me? So this shit ain't nothing but some money. It ain't nothing but some money. So I told you today, I said, man, sell me the biggest motherfucking diamond ring you got in the goddamn store. Yeah, man, I need that shit to go. Have a ticket. Yeah, $300,000 diamond ring right there. You know what I'm saying? 10 carats. Watch that. Don't get up in there. You gotta get close. You don't gotta get that close. Yeah, that's 10 carats. 10 carats. If y'all,
just a cent of diamond.
If y'all just say pointers because y'all don't really understand jewelry like that, that's 1,000 pointer. Not a 20 pointer, not a 50 pointer, not a 100 pointer, not a 20. That's 1,000 points. It's 1,000 pointer. Yeah, 10 carats. You know what I'm saying? TSF Business. You know what I'm saying? 100,000 to my brother, you know what I'm saying? 100 ball to my brother, you feel me? We did the album sold, you know what I'm saying? 250, you know what I'm saying? 100 for my brother, y'all gonna see.
Where's Sauce Walker getting all his money from? I ain't gonna lie, I went out to Houston. He was living pretty good. Nigga was definitely living pretty good. Don't look like he was starving for a motherfucking thing. Oh, is it music? I don't know.
Yeah, Johnny Dang all his money, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Why, you know, I send him wires, you know, we big boy shit. You know, I send wires and what that shit called, cashier checks and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, call me 6-figure diamond nigga, you know what I'm saying? But all the jury together is the high 70s, you know what I'm saying? But I wear carrots, big stones.
Woo wee!
I already got 5 carats right here on this heart. I
Now
got
10
5
carats.
Now we jump 10 and it's a lot cleaner, it's a lot meaner.
That's a lot of money.
It's
That costs a lot of money.
Meaner.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna talk about them 20s and 50s and 30s on the side.
We didn't count it yet.
We ain't even count that. We just gonna talk about these 10 carats. The 10 carats right here.
I think he got it from OnlyFans. He be fucking. No, I'll just be pocket watching. I'm not jealous. I like Sauce Walker. He held me down when I was in Houston. I went to Houston, man. You know what they told me? They said, low key, I don't ever told you that. They said the Jay Prince family wasn't that happy with me because of my takeoff reporting. Real talk. This is real shit. So I'm in Houston. Remember, ain't nobody in Houston I can have no issues with, right? It's not like a Philly, Baby. No, not Baby. I mean, Meek. Me and Baby are supposedly cool. But it's Houston, I got no issues there. But they told me, because even a couple people came up to me in the like Toyota Center, and they were like, yo, Ak, we so happy to have you out here, man, this and third. But they all told me the one thing. They said, yo, we glad you're rolling with Sauce. And this is what they said. They said, yeah, because we didn't want like Junior and none of them niggas to come down here and try to do some shit. And I was like, what the fuck y'all talking about? But I'm going to be honest with you. I think that might be a thing. By the way, I seen one of them guys down there. But I think, obviously I'm going to have security and shit like that. But I do think rolling with Sauce, I don't know how Houston's kind of like how you work it out there, but Sauce is really respected down there, just like how Jay Prince is respected. I don't know if it's the same level. I don't know, bro. But a few people did tell me, they're like, yo, you rolling with Sauce, you straight. They said if you was not here with Sauce, you never know. Jay Prince and them might try to do a little move. And I'm like, what you mean? And they were like, yo, they were explaining to me that supposedly Jay Prince might have, not like the father, I think maybe the son, has an issue with me because how I did the reporting of Takeoff, right? Which we all know what happened there. Like, come on, bro. Like, Takeoff, a beloved hip-hop figure, go down to Houston because Quavo got upset at some shit, Takeoff died, and then this whole situation got covered up. It's one of the craziest and nastiest things in hip-hop history. This is how you realize the power of a city. Like, when have we seen a major rapper die and we're not getting updates every 20 seconds? A wild bullet, random bullet in a shootout kills Takeoff. We hear no updates. Dolph dies, we see that nigga go to jail. Every other big rapper, Houston some shit, I'm telling you. So apparently they weren't that fond of me. That's what they told me. I really don't know because you know who I talked to? Baby J Prince talked to me. Like, Baby J Prince talked to me. Remember before they did the whole thing with this was like a J Prince. Before they did this, Baby J Prince had hit me. It was just like, yo, I think the family might want to put out a statement through you. Could we trust you to do it? And I'm like, yeah, that's all good. I don't care. Yo, if you remember Wallow right here, Wallow I seen this guy. It took me a second because, like, Houston is really on some other shit. Like, I don't think there's no city like this. I don't think LA got big players like that. New York ain't like this. Like, we go into the Toyota Center. Remember, I'm there with Rod Wave, right? I'm there with Rod Wave. I just came from hanging with Sauce. So Sauce was gonna meet us at the arena, which is the Toyota Center. We leave the Toyota Center because Rod Waves is the headliner, and he said, yo, Ak, fuck it, let's go to the mall, nigga. And I was just like, bro, people are lining up for your show. He's like, let's go to the mall. So we went to the Galleria. And when I'm walking out, I see, which I didn't realize it in the moment, Trader Truth is there in this big ass motherfucking, like, what do you call it again? Cybertruck. And I guess he's trying to get down to the back entrance. Like, all these niggas is parking beneath the fucking arena, which normally, unless you're performing or something like that, you're gonna park maybe in a special parking lot, VIP. All of them niggas is parking in the arena, like they're a fucking bus. You know how the team buses pull into the arena? That's how all these niggas is pulling. So I realized, I'm like, wait, I think that's Trader Truth. Then I see this guy, and we didn't even acknowledge each other, but I was like, oh shit, that's him. And I think that's as much as I saw. But apparently, like in Houston, these niggas they do whatever they want. You know what I mean? What another nigga was telling me was just like, yo, listen, they come through the Toyota Center and niggas just move out. Like, security just be like, yo, you got it. Security just back up. Just be like, go ahead. Security don't want no problems with them, which is kind of crazy, right? Anyway, I say all that to say I was rolling with Sauce Walker because me and him, we went to the club that night too. We went to camp. And everything was good, man. It was really peaceful and nice in Houston. And I got to give credit to Sauce Walker, man. Like, Sauce Walker, he got some pull down there. He got a lot of stain. I can't even lie to y'all. He got a lot of stain in Texas. And I got to give my boy some credit because he had told me, he said, Ak, you with me? You all the way right. And I was. So I want to give him credit.
10 Bugs Bunnies. Big bit. And the emerald diamond under there. Oh, yeah, under.
Oh, how I say Toyota? Wait, am I saying Toyota wrong? I'm Jamaican. So, like, we say Toyota. Like we have a Jamaican accent when I'm saying it. So maybe I'm not pronouncing it right.
Leave emerald.
Toyota? Is that how y'all say it? Toyota? No, I'm Jamaican, so I say Toyota. Toyota. That's Jamaican shit. Yo, the Toyota there, dog. Yeah, Toyota. We don't say Toyota. Yo, the damn Toyota there, dog. Bumbleclot, nigga. Yeah.
Emerald underneath. That's how.
Y'all know if me and Johnny Dang was gonna come back together like Punches from Mayweather, we ain't finna do no bullshit. We ain't finna do no playing. Now I seen a lot of rappers, a lot of people come through here and try to do the redo from the me do. And it still ain't the we will. You spin me? Yeah, man. You still can't fuck with Shifu. Now come up here and jump this. Come here and do this. Yeah. Come buy a 10K diamond from about this bitch.
Yo, the internet sometimes be managing niggas' emotions. Yo, we still waiting on. I mean, he did put up that post about Say So P, but we looking for that moment where he's like, yo, I could have lost my life, and he's crying and like, oh my God, the funeral was today. Yo, they laid my brother to rest, man. Yo, I'm tired of this shit. Fuck, like we're looking for that tearful type of shit. This nigga buying jewelry, doing interviews, he doing promos. He like, yo, holla at me if y'all want to shout it on the gram. Like, this nigga is all about business. And this is why I think that they started that whole bullshit about sacrificing. Definitely was no sacrifice shit. But, the internet want to see your pain. The internet want to see you cry. And by the way, he probably has cried. He's just not doing it online. Yo, he's like, of any artist in the game, Sauce Walker is like a wrestler, bro. Like, he comes across like, yo, when he's on camera, he's cutting a promo. The nigga talks in riddles. He talks in rhymes. Like, he's cutting a promo.
Yeah, break the bank natural. Come do it. I want to see. Come spend your whole record deal on the motherfucking finger, on your pointer finger, on your index. I want to see you. I'm waiting on you. Mike Deezy, folk on Mike Deezy, new album on the way. Y'all gonna see us popping and chicken all day tonight. That's how we been doing it. I was doing pop with y'all. And we wanted to do this in Dallas, man. Unfortunately, I got shot. Dallas, I'm on the way. We was supposed to pop this in Dallas.
Yo, that's such a crazy. Unfortunately, I got shot, but yo, we coming to Dallas.
Dallas, on the way. New grill. We need you to make the TSL chain. We need that Johnny Dang Diamond Boy TSL chain for both of my D's for doing that. Shout out Dallas.
Excuse me. Is this thing on painkillers or like he's just good?
Say so, I love you, baby.
I stubbed my toe like 2 days ago, like, and I ain't gonna lie, nigga, that shit been hurt like a motherfucker, bro. Maybe I'm pussy. I'm like, oh. I didn't even had to limp, but I was just limping. Fuck it. Like, I really stubbed my toes in the dark, and I kicked something. You ever kick like the bedpost or some shit? Ow! That should be hurting for like days, bro. I don't know what happened, nigga. Like, something happened to my pinky finger, bro. I feel like it was broken. It was swollen. That should be hurting. This nigga just got shot, and he is acting like he don't feel a pain in the world. I'm like, maybe I am a bitch. Maybe I am a goddamn bitch. I stub my toe. I get a paper cut. I'm over here like, oh my God. Nigga, I don't know what happened to my finger, but like, it's swollen and shit like that. I'm like, oh my, I told somebody, I think it's broken. Now, granted, like, I can't like all the way put it down, but it ain't broken if you still can move it around. It's just swollen. I guess I hit it somehow. This nigga got shot, and he's in a jovial mood, man. Maybe he's on drugs. What drugs they give you when you get shot?
You know what I'm saying? I had to put it on this face because it's what my niggas like to do. You know what I'm saying?
Diamond boy.
Yeah. Oh, I'm a diamond boy again. Oh, I'm back. I'm back.
Yes, sir. Movie. Yeah.
Oh,
Don't get mad at me.
Don't say that.
They get me mad.
Hey, y'all three cover photo right now.
Oh, that's his pops. I met him. He was a good guy.
We need a cover photo. Y'all three together, picture time.
Damn, this nigga's sauce do not stop, bro.
Once again, we want to thank Sauce Walker and Mike.
Yo, he just bought a new car too. My God.
For the business. Appreciate you, Walker and Mike.
Excuse me.
Think about us again.
Get that deal now.
Shout out my boys, man. Greg, Enrique, Angel, all my brothers up here in Cadillac, man. I'm 6'10", and just took very good care of us, man. Extremely good customer service. We brand new leg off the showroom floor for my brother. Just how his record is. We cash money.
Yo, chat, how they making money in Texas? Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm not a hater. I'm just a pocket watcher. How all these motherfucking niggas got that much money in Houston, bro? Jay Prince and them ain't selling no goddamn music. How the hell they got money like that? Well, that nigga Sauce told me that nigga got an island. I'm like, island? Que lo que? Is that hating if I'm asking? I just want to know. Because I want to know what type of business they in that I could get into it too.
Money, man.
Cash money, splash money. Man. If you want to get you a Cadillac, man, make sure you come up here and ask for these guys.
It ain't yours till you got paperwork on it, man.
Make sure you got that paperwork. Central Houston Cadillac. Craig, thank you so much. I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you. All right, good. Thank you.
Yep.
Once again, we want to thank Sauce Walker and Mike for the business. Appreciate you, Walker and Mike.
Excuse me.
Think about us again.
Get that deal now.
Shout out my boys, man. Greg, Enrique, Angel, all my brothers up here in Cadillac, man. I'm 6'10".
Damn, okay. Don't tell me this is another promo. Yo, this guy, Sauce Walker is a different type of guy, bro. This nigga got him in the hospital. Like, yo, he must have a photographer with him every moment. Yo, this is crazy, bro. I guess they paid for this shit cash, huh? Now that I think about it, them niggas must have hated Say So P, man. Sauce Walker be showing at least like $2 million that he be just rolling around with. If them niggas cared anything about money, they would have said, Say So P, we'll kill you later. But Sauce, give me all that fucking money. Hey, Sauce be looking rich as fuck, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I got a record.
That diamond metallic.
I'm talking
Diamond
about what's
sky.
that right there?
Metallic.
He 2 keys on it. Bye.
Diamond sky metallic.
They ain't never seen no leg key like that.
They ain't never seen a leg
I ain't
like this.
seen
here.
that.
They ain't never seen this kind of leg.
Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me.
Keys match color. Let me see the color. Keys.
Wow. Keys match the wheel. Oh, he fat screening it, boy. He fat screen.
Excuse me.
Fat screen.
Hey, my boy. Diamond.
CT5.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm such a CT5 Cadillac cost. I guess he bought this for his artist. Well, it depends on what type of car. This is the V series. This costs $135,000. I don't know, probably $100,000 car. Okay.
We making this dude.
He got that boy looking right. He fat screen in the legs.
White guts.
Fat white guts. Hold on.
So wait, one of his artists just died, and he just bought the other artist a car? Yo, this is crazy. Nah, Sauce is different, bro.
Wash your hands when you get in the car. Wash your hands. Wash your hands when you get in that boy. In the car. Oh, that boy looking mean. Oh, that bit light up. Damn. He light up on them boys. New boy, new body style. He new body style. They thought he was playing.
The Sauce Walk is like a WWE episode or a Boondocks episode. This nigga's something else.
That diamond metallic.
Okay. All right. More life to Sauce Walker, but also rest in peace to, of course, Say So P. All right. What else we got on the docket, people? Hold on. We got a few other things on the docket. Wait, hold on. Just give me 1 second, Chad. Oh. So we got a quick Big U update, then we're going to get back to Young Thug a little bit because we got to read the order on Young Thug's probation. But did y'all see this? Oh, fuck. So the guy who's snitching, I shouldn't even call it snitching. The guy who is cooperating, who is getting extorted by Big U, he apparently did an interview. Let me see if I can find it. So apparently this is the guy who was he had like a smoke shop. Big U was like extorting him. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second. Oh, here we go.
There ain't no sugarcoating, ain't no nothing in. It ain't not one human being that's not gonna check in. Let me give you on a bigger scale.
Once again, this is the update on the Big U whole situation, and apparently the guy who was getting extorted has done an interview, and he's speaking about this shit. This is crazy.
The United States of America and all these countries have what is called airspace. Yeah. If you invade their airspace with a plane, they consider that an act of war. If you want to come in their airspace, you're going to check in. You can choose not to, and it's going to be a problem. If dudes come and you move it in a certain way, if you choose not to check in, suffer the consequences. You feel like you got something that's bigger than what's there. And because I do it, it's foreign to me to hear people speak how I'm not going to check in, but then that's the ignorant dude, because that's the dude who wants the internet fame. Any real dude that's ever really been in LA, he checked in. Me, myself, I check in.
Yeah.
And in certain places, I'm going to tell a dude that they check in with me. Now, I don't think you should go there now.
Yeah.
I mean, he might want to go to the other one.
Yeah.
And I don't think nobody is safe. I know dudes right now from LA who are actual gang members who have been robbed for their jewelry, who real killers. Like who really real killers. Like if he ever find out who did that, he gonna knock everybody down. You understand what I'm saying? You just call slipping. You know, that's how it is. You know what I mean? And you try your best not to be slipping. And if you have the means not to, by do it. You know what I mean? And it's just about, sometimes it's about respecting, you know, yourself and then trying to get home.
You had a clip or something you said that was going around where you basically said that he was even extorting the food trucks outside of Crenshaw High.
That's what I said. I'm like, what? I got a call and they were like, yeah, you know, he was extorting the food vendors. I'm like, what?
Oh, so somebody just told you that? It wasn't like something you saw firsthand?
No, it was someone that was a part of, I guess, some type of event. And now, mind you, I don't be at the events at Crenshaw, so I really just listen to what people tell me. But they were like, he was extorting us. He was extorting the food vendors and was making us pay all our money. I'm like, and y'all did it?
That's wild.
I'm like, wow.
That's crazy.
It was a situation where I had a friend, they were doing a back to school drive.
Mm-hmm.
And he tried to extort and bully them because they were giving things away for kids in his neighborhood and he didn't approve it. And it's just like, what?
For years, defendant Henley extorted victim 1, a music and club promoter who transitioned into a partnership with the unlicensed marijuana dispensary located in Los Angeles for up to $25,000 per month in extortion fees until victim 1 started to ignore defendant Henley's calls. On July 5th, 2021, when victim 1 had been ignoring defendant Henley's calls, demanding extortion payments, defendant Robinson, Big U Enterprise member and self-proclaimed Rolling 60s member Tremaine Ashley Williams, aka Loose Cannon, and approximately 9 other individuals, all acting at defendant Henley's direction, traveled to the dispensary and committed a robbery. Victim 1's real name is Dale Morrison, aka Monster Man. I'm pretty sure y'all done heard his name before. This is the dude that Big U was extorting so much that he ran out of money and had to start getting the extortion payments directly from the feds because he was already cooperating because he had been caught a previous case. Well, he's speaking out in an interview, speaking about Big U, speaking about his situation, and speaking about his thoughts around the whole situation, man. Check this out.
I do want to say that I do have a story.
So this is the guy who supposedly Big U was extorting. Sometimes he was paying Big U $2,000 a month. Sometimes it was more than that. Sometimes it was $10,000. It was, you know, he supposedly was involved with a dispensary that Big U said for this to happen, but it was, I guess it was an illegal dispensary, but Big U says for you to keep doing this, you need to, you know, pay me. One time they didn't pay him, and Big U sent his homies over there to go take his shit, and then invited him to the spot and said, yo, this is how you robbed yourself, basically. You know what I mean? I think that's the story.
Have a side. You know, people are paying people $200, $300 to tell them things about me. Not a lot of this stuff is true, and I can't wait to tell my side. But as far as Loose Cannon go, I don't think he works for the police. I don't think he's telling. I think he's lost in the sauce, kind of. I think he wants the celebrity. He wants the clout and stuff like that. I do think he might end up telling because of what Big U has done to him, too.
He already took the proffer agreement. He already took a proffer. I just put it up there.
Oh, okay.
So he's definitely telling.
Yeah.
I just put the proffer.
You know, a lot of times, right? You know, a reflection of what happens to you through life is a reflection of what you've done through life. And I think that, you know, when you look at, you know, even the Nipsey Hussle situation and, you know, what Nip and, you know, Big Man went through, it's like we're not dealing with one of the best peoples in the world. We're dealing with, you know, a lot of these people are pro-black only when it matters. Even one day I seen Loose Cannon on the show talking about, oh, yeah, you know, y'all niggas like Willie Lynch, y'all want me to get locked up and this and then that. But then, you know what I'm saying, you just can jump Marciano, bro. He's 60 years old. You took him off his clothes and, like, you know, it's only pro-black sometimes. They're only community people sometimes, and nobody really knows these people. When you look at Nip contract, 10 years for 30%, you know that shit's fucking demonic, right? When a motherfucker doing something good in the hood and you want to chase him out and belittle him and shit like that, like, you know the type of person that, you know, you kind of dealing with, you know, some people tell me, like, yo, D, keep your head up. That shit was gonna happen, you know, and no matter what. And, you know, I just hate the fact that, you know, I'm a part of it, or I'm a part of it. But, you know, why was I, you know, even in that situation? Even after the feds had got me, You know,
the people already know what it is, though, Dale. You feel what I'm saying? So you know,
I don't think they know. They know what they're being told, and then here, remember, there's a complaint, and then there's an indictment, and then there's something stronger than even that, right? So a lot of complaints and indictments are being pieced together to do and say certain things, and you know what I'm, you know, and then you know, like I do respect this shit. You know, and I do understand, like, you know, the business part of it. I do know that, you know what I'm saying, a lot of this stuff is for, and like I said, I watch you, and I know the man that hooked us up. There's nobody more pro-black than this guy, you know what I'm saying, brother, sister type thing, and, you know, I respect him a lot. But just afford me some time to think, and maybe we can have a pre-discussion about, you know, the agenda here. What are we trying to do? Because, you know, everything should have a purpose to it, you know, and a purpose to uplift our people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, even when I think about Big U and I think about Loose Cannon, and, you know, there's anger and there's animosity and there's hurt and there's all of this shit involved in it. You know what I mean? I still know that as black people, we're still fucking products of our environment. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people think for me to win, you got to lose. And, you know, that's a big problem. And that's what my brand, Everybody Eats, was always about. Like, you know, we can all kind of survive the way you got 50 jewelers on the same block, but they can all get along. You know what I'm saying? It's not really dog eat dog. But some people are from a world where it's just dog eat dog. You know what I mean? And that's part of my agenda, that it ain't fucking got to be like that. You know what I'm saying? That a black man ain't got to step on another black man. The old niggas ain't got to step on the young niggas, like, you know, to where they can't breathe. Like, this shit, like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot that goes on. I think the biggest thing for me about how I ended up where I ended up is because it's like someone trying to break you, and then it works. I don't know if your girl, you know, if you ever had a girlfriend or somebody that tried to get you mad and then it actually works. And then, you know, someone's trying to break you, and then I was fucking broken. And I'm not, you know, I don't have the fire that I used to have, the ambition that I used to have. I don't have any of that thing, right? So yeah, man. I mean, there's people offering me $5,000, $10,000. I haven't really taken any of them. And you've already gotten, you know, because, you know, I can't work no more. I can't be outside no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very tricky for me. It's very fucked up. For me, it's fucked up for a lot of people. But
the people look at it like, you know, what Big U did was foul. You know what I'm saying? Even though, you know, we know that you did what you did, and it's foul because you was out there.
I could say, yeah, it's foul. It sucks, and it's a lot of foul things. And, you know, I'm not the only one that foul things happen to.
Now, supposedly this guy like got caught up on some shit. Which, by the way, yo, this RICO case, the only reason I even still cover it's the only thing that keeps on giving. These niggas. So we have the witnesses talking, the people charged who talking. The people who talking the least are the prosecutors and the people who are the feds. The defendants, the witnesses, and everybody else is running their mouth.
And, you know, yeah, and then, you know, as we go through what happened, you know, there's a lot of people that this shit's happened to all across, I think, and, you know, for different reasons. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times, looking at this shit like, well, yeah, man, we'll talk.
That was victim number one, Dale Morrison, the person that's cooperating against Big U because Big U was extorting him, man. Listen, but he is not a stranger to law enforcement, man. He done had his run-ins in the past, man. In 2014, he got locked up for pimping, pandering, and running a sex trafficking ring out there in California, man. Victim.
Okay, all right. So now we get word from this guy who was cooperating, or he was victim one in this whole Big U situation, and looked like, you know, he says he's scared a little bit about, like, you know, his life, that, you know, somebody might do something, but he's still willing to talk on an interview. Now, this is the next thing. I ain't gonna lie, this is crazy. So apparently, Loose Cannon and Brick Baby are cellmates. This is. I ain't gonna lie, man. These guys are something else. Hold on.
So we woke up to news that all right, so recently, you know, everybody Loose Cannon, that's
Yeah.
my boy. You
Well-
know, you know Loose Cannon, me and him above heads. I know you seen that shit with the J.
This call will
Damn,
be
that's they
recorded
cell?
and subject to monitoring at any.
All right, let me just go to No Jump Real. So apparently, two of the defendants, Loose Cannon and Brick Baby, who are beefing while they were on the streets, are cellmates. I don't know how this happens. And by the way, they both called in from jail to let people know that they are indeed cellmates. Listen to this. Sorry.
At any time. To accept this call, press 5. To block this, you may begin speaking now.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up with it, wife? How you doing?
Oh my God, it's so good to finally hear your voice. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Where are
You
you?
won't believe, I'm in LA. You won't believe, who's my celly?
Who?
Brick Baby.
What?
Yeah, this shit crazy.
That is insane. Was that like pre-planned? Like what the heck? Oh my gosh. So Brick Baby is your cellmate.
I'll be my celly.
No. That is wild.
He was like, thank you for the T-shirts and everything like that, and
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 5.
Hold on. I gotta go to the next slide.
Oh yeah.
he was like, you so real for that, and then like the money for it.
Well, definitely, I would hope, they would do the same and if the table was turned, So I definitely, if I had the outsource to be able to help his wife while going through this, that's exactly what I wanted to do. I already sent her first payment last week from the sales we made last week, and she was so happy. But I'm happy that he heard about it. That's good. I'm gonna keep pushing so that we can keep making some money that way. It gives a little more ease, even for at least for these phone calls. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't cheap.
No, Brick, hold on. I
hmm
want to talk to you. What up, sis?
Hey, Brick, how you doing?
Thank you for everything you're doing. I heard you keeping the name strong, keeping everybody's name
Listen,
strong.
I'm trying. I'm doing whatever I can with the power that I have. Oh yeah.
He was like, you so real for that, and then like the money for it. Yes.
mhm.
Appreciate.
That's what's up. How you holding up?
Oh man, we cooling. My boy here now, so we
Yo,
getting
is
down to
that
the
crazy? You guys are cellmates? What? How in the
was
world did that happen?
when I figured out the jail, I'm like, bro, finna come. I'm like, soon as he come, I'm about to bring him because you gotta come here. So I'm like, yeah, he about to come right here with us.
That's crazy. So you helped set
Man.
that up?
Yeah, well, as soon as he came in, shit, you already know it ain't no other way he gonna go. And then we can't be talking in front of all these people, so I just like, come on. You already
Man,
know.
that's what's up. Okay.
Everything good out there with the baby and stuff?
He's here. He's teething, so I'm going through that phase right now where he's a little fussy, but I'm bearing with it. I'm bearing with it.
Here go. Yes. Y'all
Mhm.
appreciate
That's what's up. How you holding up?
Oh, man, we cooling. Bro, right here.
All right. All right. Good to hear from you. Keep your head up.
Hello?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, shoot. Y'all about to pick up where y'all left off. Y'all gonna be holding podcasts in the cell?
This shit crazy, but I'm trying to find out. I'm trying to see if you could cash app so I could get some food.
Yeah, of course. Of course. Wait, who? Just give me a cash app and I'll send it over so that you can get some outside food because I'm sure that food over there is trash.
It's terrible. But yeah,
Mm.
no, I
Hello.
love you.
I love you too.
It's where I'm at, I'm always gonna be good.
Yeah.
Everywhere I go.
I'm just happy that, you're okay because my stomach was churning all night when I didn't hear from you, baby.
Bro, right here.
All right. All right. Good to hear from you. Keep your head up. You don't even understand. I was a little nervous, you know, even though I know this is part of the process, just not hearing from you for all them hours really, really made me stressful.
Yeah, no, that shit crazy.
And then I was trying to add money to your books because, you know, I saw that you were in the LA system, but it still was processing. So I couldn't even like add money or nothing. So I'm just happy you found a way to
This
reach
call
me
is from a
through
federal prison.
someone else's phone line, you know? When did they say you're going to be fully activated so that I can do that?
Yeah, I don't know, but that's why I'm gonna have you on Cash App. Up.
Okay.
And then I need you to get on with the lawyer. What I told you to send him.
Yeah. I already talked to the lawyer. He's supposed to come see you, and I think you're supposed to have court tomorrow, so he'll come check you in court tomorrow. You don't even understand. I was a little nervous, you know, even though I know this is part of the part too, you know. Now that you're in LA, because you know everybody in the world thinking you got a public defender.
Oh, that's goofy as shit. They know how much money we get.
Man, it's just silly. You just had someone at the detention thing. That was it. But your lawyer is in LA. Like I don't know why people just be doing that, you know?
That's goofy.
But anyways, I love you so
I
much. I'm
love you.
so glad I
I
heard
love
from
you.
you. I know this call is gonna cut off soon, so you know, I just want to make sure you hear that or too, you know. Now that you're in LA.
Man, I ain't gonna lie, man. Yo, Chad, I done told y'all, man, this the whole content of Rico. I've never seen this shit before in my life, man. They celebrating that brick and yo, the feds taking a page out of Adam 22 book, nigga. Nigga, this is a Saturday show. Oh, you got a Tuesday show, the Wednesday show, and the Adam and Wax show? Well, here's a Saturday show. The feds done put these two yapping ass niggas in a podcast, and they probably have 35 listening devices, 59 cameras. Nigga, they probably got more. Nigga, bruh, I guarantee Adam don't got more goddamn cameras on these podcast sets than what they got in this cell. Here's the funny thing. With all due respect to these guys, when Loose Cannon can't help himself but self-snitch. By the way, if y'all looking for the snitches in these cases, Loose Cannon, he telling, but only on himself. Like, he can't help but incriminate himself. Will he incriminate anybody else? I don't know, but he'll do it to himself, okay? Then Brick Baby, all you gotta do is challenge his masculinity, bro. I think it's like Napoleon syndrome, bro. He'll tell you put kill squad in the streets. He'll tell you that, you know what I mean? Yo, I say I'm getting stabbed in here. We doing the stabbings. Like, he ain't say that directly. He just said, yo, we do shit to people. You're like, oh, hell nah. The feds realize, yo, we know y'all not at no jumper no more, but we about to create no jumper in the jails. And they're over here thinking it's a coincidence. This is crazy. Now, apparently, again, I keep telling you this is a content Rico. Brick Baby called in himself too. He had to, you know, put his 2 cents in about what's going on with the brick in jail. Let's see if we can find that. Shit, sorry. Apparently he put up his call to... I ain't gonna lie to you. Yo, the feds think these niggas is stupid as shit, bro. You know why I think the feds think that, bro? Because, dog, my nigga, I'm not a guy who's been in the... Sorry, I haven't been through some of these situations like these guys have. But they're using rudimentary plays to try to get these guys. Like, bro, yo, we're going to put you in the cell with the guy you were arguing with for months saying y'all were going to kill each other and y'all only got fake cool like 2 days before you got arrested. And we don't care about what y'all say in the cell. What? Anyway, this was Brick Baby calling from jail today. Hear this.
Hey, what's the big old deal, man? It's the Brick, not the trick. Check it in, man. Live from Far South, NBC, man. The main line, nigga, we not going high power. We not getting up out the way for nobody, man. You dig? Hey, I see everybody playing with my name and making a joke out my name. I see that it's a time.
Yo, Brick, we fuck with you, but who gives a damn if they making fun of your name? Worry about the prosecutor making fun of your name. The judge not giving you a bond is making fun of your name. Who gives a damn about a podcaster making fun of your name? Bruv, this is not content. Anyway, you take a piss.
People's life as a joke out there. I see everybody keep on criticizing and capitalizing off a nigga downfall, man. You already know. I won't be gone for that long, so watch your mouth, man. You know what I mean? I'll be back. I ain't even entertaining all that bickering and babbling y'all doing. Y'all go get your money. I've been paying bills since I was on the streets. I see that the numbers up since y'all got something to talk about. Like I said, there's too many Indians and not enough chiefs out there, man. You know what I mean? You gotta stick your chest out for your community, man. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got their hand out when it's time to eat, man. You know what I mean? What happened to going to go kill the animal and bringing it back, man, yourself, man? You know what I'm saying? If you don't kill shit, you don't eat shit, man, out there, man. You know what I'm saying? When you a real chief, man. They say they got people running behind narratives that I don't even want to even get to going back and forth, but they running behind these narratives and trying to make me out to be, you know what I mean, whatever it is, man. I'm solid as it could be, man. I don't even know if it's something more solid than a rock, but listen, man. I damn near like water, though. You talk about solid, like I'm everywhere. I'm a form anywhere I'm at. I'm gonna adapt to the territory. You know what I'm saying? Just like a water, you can put me in the glass, you can put me on the floor. I'm still gonna formate, come out right, man. You understand me? Hey, a motherfucker can say what he want about the brick, man. But this what you never gonna see. You never gonna see a motherfucker make a statement or cop out, brother. You get what I'm saying? It's never gonna happen that way. You know what I mean? I'm not finna
Why is he in jail so concerned about what we think he finna do? Bro, we only care if you're gonna beat the case.
entertain no media and do all that from back here, man. It's all about my family at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
That's not true. If it was all about your family, you would not tell your family to record this call and put it online. It's about your online perception. Brick, again, I think I have a decent relationship with you. I have nothing against you. You're in federal custody. Yo, I'm going to be honest with you. Brick Baby and Loose Cannon act like they're on a vacation. Nigga, they treating the shit like Turks. I swear they're treating jail like Turks. Yeah, we in here chilling, man. Yo, we politicking, man. We up in the cell together, man. Yo, y'all niggas stop playing with my names. I'm about to be back soon, nigga. Bro, they're treating this shit like a vacation. Maybe they just that real of a niggas, but I think they're really treating this at like is 0% that they might lose 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Maybe go away for life. They're not treating it like that. I've never seen some shit like this before, Chad. How the hell is this looking like a goddamn vacation like these niggas is in Bali, Bora Bora, the Maldives? What the hell's going on?
It's another day down, another dollar miss. You know what I'm saying? That it's another day closer to my...
This call is from a federal prison.
But y'all felt it.
Every time I hear that thing right there, like, it just feels wrong that you're hearing it online. Unless that person is already convicted and doing, like, say, an interview. These guys are not convicted yet, haven't gone to trial, and you keep hearing them on a recorded line that the feds are going to review.
See, it's another 4, 5 children, probably like 10 children scorned by the infrastructure that we pledge allegiance to, though. You know what I mean? I don't just take care of my family. I don't just take care of the 4 kids that I put out here. I take care of 4 kids, 4 women, you know what I mean, and 18 nieces and all that, man. They all mine. You understand me? When we outside, they all mine, man. They gotta let me back, Jack. There's niggas out here that's out here making millions of dollars that don't even know what their kid's favorite food is, man. And they got me locked down like I'm somebody, man. You understand me? I ain't the man that they want, man. You did? But I ain't gonna be here all long, you know what I'm saying, mad and all that, man. Y'all calm down on that police shit out there, man. You know what I mean? They got me already. You got what you want. You know what I mean? Hey, man, my best friend Wack, man, what up, dog? I heard you out there, nigga, living your bestest life, man. You already know, but you know.
Was that being real or sarcastic?
We'll be back real soon, man. Y'all tap in. Y'all keep tapping into that no jumper. Y'all tap into Poetic Flacco, man. And every time that he throw y'all call every flag on the play when he posted, man. I promise you. You already know. April 1st, man. April Fools to you, man. But you understand me? Yesterday was the day we lost the legend, man. Forever will I be grateful for everything that he ever taught me. You know what I mean? Long live Hustle, man, the great. You know what I mean? Happy birthday to Kid Ink. Happy birthday to my auntie, man. Nigga, happy birthday to my son. Once again, they just did it up in Vegas, man. Son, do your thing. Son, do your thing. You know what I mean? The dopest kid in Vegas right now, man. You know what I mean? He got an attitude problem like me, though, man. Don't approach him. You better approach him with caution, man. But, yeah. This shit right here, it was hard. I couldn't even really post nothing yesterday about my boy. I just sat back and was thinking, man, but you already know. Ink gonna carry the torch for you. Brick gonna carry the torch for you. Sam gonna carry the torch for you. Hoggy gonna carry all money in. Nigga Slauson gonna carry the torch for you. The whole world gonna carry the torch for you, gang. This shit gonna never stop. You know what I mean? And we live right here, man, coming from NDC.
This call is from a federal prison.
Damn.
We ain't fresh out the feds, we fresh in the feds, man. It's the brick, not the trick, man. Don't be late. This another one, nothing like the other one of your brother's son, nephew. You understand me? You know what I'm saying? Click it, man. You know what I'm saying? And up a ticket, man. You already know, man. Y'all keep these views up and running, man. I'll be back soon. This shit ain't nothing, man. They still gotta let me free. I ain't did nothing.
Damn.
Closer to my...
Yeah, that shit's sad, chat. Wow. Crazy. Hey, I did have an interesting conversation today. And I wanna get y'all opinion on this. I wanna get y'all opinion, chat. Because you know, well, let me just lay it out and then you tell me. So Wack called me today, and Wack was extremely irate. He called me today. And usually me and Wack personal conversations I don't even bring on here, but I do want to bring it on here because I understand the overall context of what he was saying to me. Wack called me and he was just like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I've been a brother to you. You've been a brother to me. And I said, yeah, of course. That's been our relationship for a long time. And he said, I don't like the narrative you're running on me. And he then said, you know, because at first I'm confused. I'm like, narrative, I'm running on him. He said, listen, you know, you got people saying things about me that is, number one, not true, but they're using things that you've said to kind of piggyback off. And he's like, if you're my brother, why would you do that? And let me tell you, if you've ever had a conversation with Wack when he's upset, you barely get a word in. You barely get a word in. And I definitely wanted to clear something up if it was ever put out that so let me give you the backdrop. And I said the exact same thing to Wack. Again, it was like an hour conversation. I barely got a word in. I promise you, I barely got a word in. Okay, Wack. I've never seen Wack this upset. But Wack was blaming me for this narrative about him, which I ain't gonna lie. I was like Googling while I'm on the phone with him because I'm like, what narrative niggas got going on? And apparently people are saying A, B, C, and D. But I think he's blamed me for it spurring from the conversation we had. And I want to be very transparent. The conversation we had where after I heard that Adam got not pulled in by the feds, but they went to his house and said, "What up?" And they said, "Yo, could we get this whatever?" I said, "Yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't be surprised if the police try to talk to Wack." That's pretty much all I said. And I kind of and I'm gonna tell you why. And I was trust me, I'm on the phone with Wack. I'm trying to get these thoughts. I'm trying to tell him, bro, I wouldn't. If I really thought like you're whatever, I'm not bringing it online. I'm just thinking out loud like I think about out loud with every case. We just talked about the Diddy case. And I'm like, you know what? Yo, I'm expecting to hear some more co-conspirators. If we don't see co-conspirators, they might be testifying against it. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm using my educated brain, right? We cover a lot of cases. A lot of times we could make reasonable deductions. Now, for me, when I said that was a reasonable deduction. Now, I'm going to also give you some more details. If you guys watched the Vlad podcast, I said a little bit more about it. I never really ever meant to talk about this because I really don't think this is content. I do not think the feds, indictments, RICO is content. Okay? This is something that I would probably never mention. But I did use my experience to kind of as a foundation to say, I understand how they probably came at Adam and what they're going to want. Yeah, I remember I broke this whole down. I said, this is what they're going to want from Adam. Again, I've never fully told my situation because to me, nothing to do with police in that serious sense, even if I'm an innocent civilian, it's not content. Okay? Especially when you have friends that might be indicted or are indicted. Now, let me get to the, so I'm going to jump in between where I got my thoughts from, but also how Wack is seeing it. Apparently, and I did my Googles and research today. People have taken the conversation that I had with Wack and they made it to a point where they're like, by the way, yes, Wack came across very angry, whatever, but you gotta realize Wack's a street dude. He don't like nobody mentioning his name with police. That's a fact. He don't. I'm a civilian. Also, I've had experience where they did try to come talk to me. Or they try to come get some shit from me, right? When I had the conversation with Wack multiple times on stream, him coming off irate and seemingly defensive, and I remember Adam 22 when they did the Adam and Wack show, he brought it up there, but then it spurred a narrative that means Wack is guilty, right, of either a few things. The police came and talked to him, and he's now spooked because he thinks he's going to get indicted. Number two, and I think this is the most prevalent narrative, that he's the police, right? Because if they don't come to talk to you, that means you're working with them. And what other narratives? Number three is that he's like, I don't know. I think it's a combination of number one and number two, right? And I think those narratives have been running wild. And I think those narratives, again, Wack does care about his integrity, even though, of course, everybody do their content, blah, blah, blah. But he cares about his integrity. He's not fond of negative, or not necessarily negative. He's not fond of a untrue narrative that goes against him and his integrity. So while we were talking today, because I was saying to him, I'm like, Wack, I never said you're the police. I've also never said, without a doubt, because he was like, yo, do you think the police came and talked to me? We can make a bet. He basically denied it. And I even told him, I said, Wack, when I asked you that question on live, all you have to do is just say, nah, they never came. You got so defensive, people made up, like, it's like you're watching two people talk, you're like, oh no, that triggered him. I know what's up with that. If that triggered him, that means there's smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Do you get what I'm saying? So, after the conversation, and by the way, I understand narratives because narratives has been, I've been on the worst sides of sometimes narratives that I tried to clear up 20 million times, but nobody gave a fuck. And of course, I've been on sometimes the good side of narratives, but whatever. But like, you usually care about the bad. Now, I only say that to say this. After the call with Wack today, and I keep telling you, not everything is content, right? And I could have sat on the phone with Wack and be like, yo, Wack, I thought, you do content on everybody else when they're doing, when these cases happen. Why can't niggas ask you that question for, no, I get it. As I said, he was I've never seen Wack that upset, honestly, truth be told. And as someone who I consider as a brother and someone who I think has been very benevolent to me in all types of ways, I even told him, I said, no, I'll make sure I'm going to clear it up whenever I get on live stream, that whatever conversation me and you had on here, yes, I'm using my deduction to say I think this could have happened, but it's not to help whatever people are trying to make out about Wack being the police, Wack being, what else have you said? Oh, Wack is talking to none of that shit. So, and then the last thing I took away from that conversation is that there does become a time, and again, I barely got a word in with Wack about this. Remember, you just going off. There does become a time where you become too close to a particular situation to do what you normally do about everything else. And I think if you ask me, just being honest, I think that's kind of where Wack is with this situation. Not that he has nothing to do with it. Not that, he's about to be indicted. Not that he's a fucking, what do you call it again? Not that he's working with the police or whatever niggas be trying to say. But it's the same reason why if y'all ask me like, yo, well, you talk about other people's cases, why don't you talk about this? I would love to talk about it. It's an ongoing court case that I have a lawyer for. As soon as it's over, I'll talk about it all day, all night. And that's kind of what I felt getting off the phone with him today. I said, I can't tell him what to do. But I do think that this Big U situation, loose cannon, brick baby, Wack is the most popular person out of everybody who just got locked up. A lot of people are looking at it from a content space. Like, they're taking little things. Like, I think Wack said he ran with Big U, but he clarified to me today on the phone. He said, bro, me and Big U have never done anything remotely close to anything that he's been accused of. Never. It's night and day. Anything that he's been accused of, I've never been accused of by people who know me. Not internet sleuths, not these other people. I've never been accused of. And that's what I took away from it. I said, I'm like, I think these narratives are almost inevitable because he's too close to the situation. He's the biggest name. Like, do you want to talk? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't give a damn about Big U. I only knew about Big U. Well, I knew about him, but because Wack was beefing with the nigga or talking about him for 2-3 years, that's why I cared about him. So now we really only still care about Big U when there is a Wack element. This is why people, when the indictment came out, they went to some supposed confrontation that he had with Wack. You want to see that. And that's why I say I think Wack probably, I can't tell him what to do, recuse himself from especially all of these updates about this story. Because again, to clarify, I don't think Wack the police. I asked the question. I'll give you a little bit more details about it because I did do it on the pod today. That dropped today with me and Vlad. The police came to me. Okay, I'll tell you what happened. I'm at Complex, and the guys downstairs, we have a front desk or whatever. I usually hang out a couple minutes late sometimes, but not all the time because we have a car that picks us up exactly after the show is done. We can leave exactly then. Our HR guy at Complex comes to me and says, "Hey, could I talk to you for a minute?" I said, "What's up?" He said, "Let me talk to you in one of these like breakout private rooms." I said, "Okay, all right, cool." I go in there and he says, "Ak, is everything good?" I said, "Yeah, what's up? What's going on?" He said, "The feds are downstairs for you." I'm at Complex. I'm like, first of all, how does Complex know my schedule like this? It's like, no, not how did the feds know my damn schedule like this? Anyway, they said, "What do you want us to do?" We got them down. We got the feds downstairs. I'm going to say the guy's name. Basically, they almost there to tell me, if needed, we could get you out of this goddamn building without bringing you downstairs. Okay? If we need to. I'm telling them, listen, I have no idea why the feds would want to speak to me. I don't do anything that's wrong. I don't commit criminal activities. I've not been associated with no criminal activities. That's just what it is. They said, "Well, what do you want us to do?" I said, "Well, did they say what they want?" He said, "They want to speak to you." I said, "Okay, that's fine." They said, "Listen, this is what we're going to do. You stay here. We're going to make sure they don't have," which, again, Complex has no fucking clue. We're going to make sure that it's not like an arrest warrant, nothing like that. If they just want to speak to you, we'll bring them up here and put y'all in some room and y'all could, even though they said, "Do you need a lawyer?" Because this is the feds. By the way, I'm telling you everything that happened to me. That's why when I'm commenting on Adam, and even when I'm bringing up Wack, because I look at Wack as a media personality. All that gangster stuff, that's cool. But Wack is on Clubhouse every day doing media. That's not gangster work. That's media work. So I'm using my example. The feds come up. We go into this room. It's an all-glass room. I'm sitting there with 3 dudes. And I don't know what this is about. They said, "Hey, listen, we believe," they said, "Listen, just to let you know," first thing that comes out of their mouth, "Just to let you know, you're not in trouble. You're not in trouble. But we do believe you have some things that we need." Now, they then said, "We're going to be in contact, but this is our way to let you know, to engage you that whatever. I am shitting bricks. I have no idea what's going on. Okay? By the way, at this time, 6ix9ine's locked up. So that indictment came down. 6ix9ine's already locked up. This is probably a month after. I'm going to be honest. It's like a month after. I get a lawyer. My lawyer hits them up and said, "Hey, I represent academics. There's no more need for you guys to reach out to him. Reach out to me. I represent academics." They said, "Well, we don't have a subpoena for him, but we do believe he's in control of some material items to our investigation." It was then communicated because they went back and forth a bit because I hired the lawyer to figure out what do they want. They're not saying they're arresting me. They're not saying that I have anything. They're actually even leading with, even though that's a typical cop thing, "You did nothing wrong." Why are they trying to talk to me? My lawyer comes back and says, "Hey, Ak, did you post a video on Instagram this date, blah, 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 and he describes it. I'm like, well, I post mad videos. The next thing they do, because he's communicating with the feds via, I don't know, email, I don't know what the fuck they do. He says, do you know this video? And he sends me a video. It's a download of my Instagram post. Essentially, to make a long story short, they wanted a video they already had. They got it from Instagram. Their whole thing was two reasons, now I've realized. They wanted it without my watermark on it. And then they wanted to know if there was a longer version of the video. Okay? So they wanted the original video, which also to me was a little bit ironic and kind of, because at that point, I knew they had all of 6ix9ine's phones. They said 6ix9ine sent me a video. That's what happened. They say 6ix9ine sent you a video. You posted it. We want the original video. And I'm like, well, you have his phone. Anyway, it's like chain of custody, all type of bullshit. Anyway, that happens. My lawyer says, listen, this is how it's going to go. And you tell me how you want to play it. They're operating nice right now. They don't have to. The next step after this is for them to say, we are going to subpoena you because there was there was a superseding indictment that came down later. There's an ongoing grand jury. We're going to go put you on the stand and grill you about whatever and still get the video from you. Now, you pick your poison. You can play hardball with us, delay us a little bit. You already posted a video. We just want it without your watermark. Whatever you got sent, give us that. Or else you're going to be in our grand jury on the fucking stand. We'll cook up the indictment for that. Not indictment, I mean subpoena. Ultimately, my lawyer talked to them, because here's the thing I 100% wanted. I said, listen, I don't want to be no parts in this case. I don't know nothing about no crime that 6ix9ine or anybody else ever did. I don't want to testify versus nobody. I don't want me being on the stand, even though I know number one is a grand jury, which is supposed to be secret. Number two, I don't want to be testifying to, like, by the way, at that point, I was around 6ix9ine, Shotty, and them niggas good amount. I don't want to be testifying about nothing. I don't want to be in this case. Whatever crimes you said these guys committed, go deal with them over there. So my lawyer basically tells him, we have listen, we're not trying to play hardball, but we have no interest of being in, we have no interest of cooperating in the sense of you're going to hold this grand jury, trying to subpoena me to a grand jury. Okay? They said, well, we could negotiate. And this is exactly how the feds go, bro. I'm telling you. They said, listen, if you come down and answer a few questions with your lawyer, just give us the video. We'll guarantee that you won't be anywhere in the grand jury and subsequently the case. Because again, I did not want to be up in that motherfucker. I don't care what nigga, I ain't do no crime, but still, I don't want, bruh, this is what I'm thinking gang members is killing people too. Boy, was I wrong. Like, yo, if you testify like at all, like you're dead. Even though, again, I don't know nothing about nobody. So anyway, the video we got, they got the video. So they got the original video for me. It was the exact video that was posted. It just didn't have my watermark. And then I go down there to the federal building with my lawyer. And that's what I was trying to tell. I remember I was talking to Flacco on the phone. This is where the spook shit comes. That's especially when, I don't know how criminals do crime. They really don't give a fuck. Well, they doing podcasts up in jail, so they're happy with jail. I don't want to be up in jail. Nigga, you know how I got spooked by the feds? Not only that, they showed up, this and so whatever, and they're like, yo, we're just gonna ask you some questions. Your lawyer's here. They had me sign some shit. They were like, yo, listen, this is basically the agreement. You're never gonna be in this case. Okay. They're like, just to let you know. And it's funny because the cop that got deputized, he's like, he brought up something like by my college. He was just like, you're a Rutgers man, huh? And I was like, what the fuck? How you know this shit, nigga? It's like, this is why the feds spooked me, my nigga. They knew everything about me. They just wanted some confirmations. That's it. Like, they knew everything. They didn't ask questions. They were just basically, so like, what did they say to me? They were like, yeah, the first time you and 6ix9ine hung out was this date. And I was like, how the fuck y'all know the exact date? Nigga, they was watching this nigga for so long. They knew every single time I hung out with him. They knew everything. So the question they asked me, they was like, you ever seen 6ix9ine shoot a gun? And I'm like, what the fuck? No. So it was basically like, they asked me like about 7 questions. It was like, nah, I never seen that. You ever seen Shotty with a gun? Nope. You seen 6ix9ine with a gun? Nope. You seen this guy with a gun? Nope. What happened at the studio when y'all hung out? Nigga, we hung out, shit, made a song, left. Right before they like rap, they said, we knew all that. And I was like, what the fuck? This shit just spooked me out because it's like, they did all that to basically said, give us a video we already got. Okay. We're going to ask you some questions, but we're telling you the answers already. And I was just like, yo, you don't want to fuck with the feds, bro. You don't want to fuck with them, bro. So anyway, I say that to say, and by the way, nothing ever came out of that. But I just show you how the feds could spook anybody who's around individuals getting indicted. So when I brought up the thing with Wack, I'm not looking at Wack as this gangster, bro. I'm looking at Wack as this media guy. And I get it. He might not have a video or a recording or whatever, but you never know. Sometimes the police might be like, yo, if Wack be on Clubhouse, whether he's lying or not, or just capping, or Wack be saying he got A, B, C, and D. Yo, bro, you want me to play the content? Like, you never know. So I anticipated that the feds, if they did that to me, now granted, that's Southern District of New York. They play no games. They play no fucking games, right? I don't know who the attorney, the U.S. attorney is in Cali, and I know that's in the Cali district. I don't know how tough they are, but if they went at Adam, right? And I guarantee they didn't hit Adam they probably even hit him with a subpoena, bro. They probably just told him, unless you want us to, they're gonna tell you the hardball, easy ball shit, bro. You know we could go, nigga, they know he's fucking bitches up in the back of that shit at that fucking no jumper spot. Nigga, unless you want us to comb through your building with a fine tooth comb, nigga, you gonna give us that cease and desist, right? Of course he's gonna give it up. Of course. No, you got it, bro. The hell? I ain't got nothing to do with nothing anyway. They probably asked him a couple questions. He don't know nothing. Adam don't know nothing now. Let me tell you this. Only the worst criminal. Let me tell you this. No matter what y'all say about 6ix9ine, 6ix9ine was, he definitely incriminated himself a lot. 6ix9ine was like the Superman version of loose cannon. But I'll definitely say this. One thing he was smart about is that whenever it was time to do crime, like, I'm gonna catch you. It's time to go shoot, nigga. Nah, he never said that. Well, I'm saying, like, he never did nothing around. Never. He never did nothing around me. He never planned nothing around me. And he understood the assignment like, this is act, square guy. Let's not do nothing that might spook him or show him our hands, that if he ever get pulled in, he's over here saying some shit we don't want him to say. Now, granted, ultimately 6ix9ine ended up being that person. But I give him credit for that. So, going back to the Wack situation. That was my outlook then. Still is my outlook now. And when Wack called me, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, you know, and honestly, I think maybe his clubhouse room or whoever, like, he was describing to me because, you know, at first I was like, yo, Wack, what are you talking about? But once he said narrative and I started looking at it, I understand how narratives get formed. Like, because I said, Wack, I never called you the police. Never called you the police. But I also understand, you know, when Adam 22 play dumb, but he knows what's going on. I understand narratives, so I'm like, yo, I get it. Like, niggas is taking our conversation about this big U shit and some of the genuine questions I have to you as whatever narrative they want to fill. And I just want to definitely clear up that was not my intention in terms of casting any aspersion on Wack, even though I think the audience is going to do it regardless. I'm going to be honest with you. And that's why I say I think Wack's a little too close to that situation. He's the most popular name in it. Like, bro, at the end of the day, like, we just listened to some nigga named Del Morrison or whatever. Like, nobody knows this guy. Like, we found about Loose Cannon through Wack. Like, Brick Baby, you know, with all due respect to him, he wasn't pulling that much views on No Jumper. Like, he was more interested when he was going at Wack. So, like, of course, a narrative is going to get spawned to include Wack because he's the most popular common denominator among all these guys. So what that narrative is going to make sense? Is Wack next to be indicted? Yeah. That's going to be a narrative. Yo, maybe Wack is the person who set this up. That's going to be the narrative. But just to be clear, man, you know, after speaking to Wack, and I understand narratives because I've been through myself, I don't think that's fair. And to help clarify, I talked to him today, bro. He says police never talked to him. And I actually believe him. Yo, they came to me for a video. They came to a video that was already posted. They came to Adam for a cease and desist that they mentioned, that Big U sent. It is what it is. So, I don't know. Somebody said call Wack. I'll call Wack. Do you think he's up? Let me call Wack. Let me see. If he's up, it'll be good. I ain't hear him that upset ever, bro. And really, it was more upset that I think he was saying to me, this. I said this before I call him. He was just saying, yo, Ack, anytime things about you occur and people could take the narrative, because a lot of people don't like you, just like a lot of people don't like me. This is him saying to me. And they could try to use the narrative and run in a negative way. I always steer the narrative back to the positive. But it feels like you're allowing a narrative to run on me, and they're acting like, you know, I think he said like people were saying like I exposed them or something. Like, what the fuck? How I exposed them? What I exposed? But I understand narratives. Let me try to call Wack. I don't know if you were. He's in LA though. So it is. Yo, it's 2:26. Jesus Christ! I gotta start streaming earlier.
Your call has been forwarded.
All right. No. I want to also call him and let him get his shit off too, because again, with me explaining it, I'm also like, I might not be giving him his just due, because I like my whole demeanor was, yo, Wack, I never said these things about you. Like, whatever y'all say, whatever the narrative is right now about Wack, I've never said it about him. But I understand how people might take those narratives from our conversation. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, I think it's only fair. If he's around, I'll give him a call. If he's around. Does that make sense, chat? And also, another thing too, bro, I never wanted to, I don't want to be the guy who people are like, because I think, I don't know who, but I think people were saying to Wack, like, yo, man, that nigga, yo, you sure act your friend? That nigga snaking you right now. That's not the case. I'm asking him the same way I just told you the story. I don't think it's a big, and again, I tried to tell him that too, but he wasn't here. I said, I just don't think it's a big deal because I don't think Wack is doing anything nefarious. I think Wack is doing content, selling diapers. But I do understand the feds come calling or feds will try to come holler at somebody just because they feel you're close to somebody else. You feel what I'm saying? And again, maybe they happen, but I was going off of my situation. That's why I commented on Adam. And yeah. So please, if y'all out there in YouTube land, man, could y'all please stop trolling Wack? Because y'all are making it seem like I'm in cahoots with y'all narratives, and that's not true. Yeah, no, and yeah, but again, you know, with narratives too, like, it's not about necessarily what I say. It's like, y'all know how narratives is. You know how narratives is. So what I think today, I don't know what or who posted what, or I don't know who probably talked to him, but I think he felt like, yo, there's this narrative growing. And by the way, we're both hated, so we're used to people talking shit about each other, shit about us. But when they're talking shit about us, they're not sourcing one of us. Like, if someone's saying, yo, Ack's a piece of shit, Ack is blah blah blah, they're not gonna be like, if somebody be like, yo, how you know? Be like, man, look at this shit with Wack. Nah, they're not gonna say that. So when people are saying, yo, whether he's, you know, whatever these narratives are about him, if they're using me to be like, yo, well, yo, you ain't hear that conversation with him and Ack? Remember, Ack kept asking this and he said this? Like, you don't think this is blah blah? Yeah, that's where I'm like, yeah, take me out of the group chat on that one. All right. Anyway, yeah, I just want to try to clear it up. But if he calls back, we'll talk about it. And I want to give him, let's get his piece off. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Okay. Are we done with this big U shit? The big U shit is just like, you know, the only reason why we even care about this big U shit is kind of, and that's why I guess it's like a catch-22. I think Wack is one of the loudest voices in hip hop. He talked about, bro, I don't know nothing about Big U other than what Wack say. Because I guarantee if it was some other niggas, well, I guess no jumper guys, right? Well, Brick Baby and Loose, even though Loose is not no jumper guy. I guess them getting indicted made this like a thing. But like normally, I don't think people give a fuck enough to talk about these things that much. Whatever. Okay. All right, people. Okay. All right. Did y'all hear Mo3's manager, Rainwater, explain that he was on the phone with Mo3 and he explained the footage of, like, remember we were talking about it before, and Mo3's car is driving down the highway, this guy's followed him, then Mo3 car just stops. The guy stops up there. He basically, Mo3 hops out his car, goes to the other side, looks like he's looking for a gun. There's no gun. The other guy in the car in front of him that stopped gets out with like a gun and chases him down and seemingly executes him. Mo3's manager Rainwater actually explains what the hell was going on because he claims he was on the phone with Mo3 at the time. Check this out.
One question is, why did Mo3 stop? It seems as though the car stopped on its own.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
It seemed like the car just went dead.
Yeah. It was the same. I'm on the phone with him, but you know, if you look closely, he got the phone in his hand the whole time. But if you look at the video, it is like oil or something is on the ground right there. I don't know if the dude shot at something.
Like the radiator or something. Yeah.
I'm wondering how Rainwater doesn't know that, given the fact that, well, maybe the family would know. The investigators are going to give you the report of what happened. They're going to say, okay, this is the autopsy report here. But then they're also going to like vividly explain what the hell they've learned through their investigation. That's a big major part. Was the car disabled by maybe a gunshot to some, important part of the car and it just came to a stop? Or did he stop the car?
Yeah, but the car went dead.
The number one question is, why did Mo3 stop?
I think 3 ran out of time.
What was he saying to you on the phone? Do you remember?
Man. Where you at? He said, right in their shoe. Where you at? Come on, where you at? Come on, where you at? And then you just heard it out of the gunshot.
Are you like in panic mode, or are you like calm?
3, where you at? 3, where you at? I jumped out of bed. And then I could hear the paramedics.
So the phone's still on?
Yeah, and then the people saying, we can't touch it. So I think he had a chance.
The shooter wasn't the actual gunman, the actual guy who shot him, wasn't the guy who was chasing him in the black Camaro, was somebody behind him. Didn't he run into somebody?
He ran into somebody, I think. I think 3 ran out of time.
What was he saying to you on the phone? Do you remember?
That's so interesting. See if I can pull the interview up and kind of. Oh, here we go.
Getting it, bro. I love it.
Serious stuff.
Public beefs.
I know these people over here go for this price. Talked every night.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was just speaking the truth.
It was a sad day, man. I just, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I heard that, like, a radio station or something out there, like, never messed with him, but then after...
I was scared to come outside. So, I work my ass off. Not when I'm around. Nah. I wasn't booking Mo3 at the time. But guys gave us a whole nother budget.
They can just pretty much, with that...
I'm trying to hear.
I hear what you're saying, man. What's Mo3 going through at the time, man?
He didn't have nothing. He was living with kind of unnecessary stuff. His childhood friends, he went through a lot of stuff with his childhood friends. He went through a lot.
Right. Anyway, that's kind of like interesting.
Gangster car, straight up.
Yeah.
Like he had several cars. Like, I ain't even know what.
So they asked him, like, he looked like he was looking for a gun. So they're asking his manager, did he expect to have a gun in the car?
Then people mention the gun. They like to say you took the gun out the car.
Yeah, that's dumb, because look.
Or it was his baby mom took the gun out, you took the gun out.
Who would have had the keys to get into a gangster car?
You?
How the fuck I'm gonna have Mo3 keys?
I mean, you was manager. Y'all used to...
No, managers or what? He got several cars. You think, how am I gonna have the keys to one of his cars?
Did you know it was a gun stash there though? You knew that was where he would...
3 had several cars. Like why? How would I have the keys? You don't have... Anybody you close to don't have the keys to your car, do they?
Nah.
Third, any of your artists, nobody. You can't have the keys to no gangster car. Straight up.
Yeah.
Like he had several cars. Like, I didn't even know what car he was in that day. When he left me the night before, the morning before. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't know what kind of car he was in that day, but like, let me tell you this. We just came back on the road. 3 had over $75,000 in all his jewelry in the car.
In that car.
So a person was not gonna go take no gun out the car and leave the money. The police, everything's with the police right now. The money, all the jewelry, AP watches, everything. You know what I'm saying? Second of all, if somebody took the gun out the car, they would never follow him on the highway. They would have just did the job right then and there. Them people didn't know what he had. You can see the shooter kind of pause. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't know what he had. It's surveillance on his car the whole time in the apartments. The police could see who went in and out of his car. I believe 3 was moving too fast. 2 things, he couldn't get to it or he left it.
So you still don't know if it was in there or not?
I want to get to the car. It take about 15 seconds, 30 seconds to get to where he put his shit at.
I could tell he was in there kind of panicking. Because right when he got in the car to get it, that's when he started shooting at the car.
Yeah. So, you know, you
just like...
A person, put like this. Stephen Curry do all the shooting. But he started panicking when people started doing the shooting back his way. It makes sense?
A little bit.
A shooter is used to doing the shooting.
Yeah.
But,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? If you ain't used to doing no defense, then, you know, it's a fucked up situation. Like, I wish I could have stopped it and got in front of it from the beginning.
And he was only back to shoot a movie, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like, I should have kept him in California. That nigga came back and finna do the dumbest shit. You know.
He was about to do the dumbest shit?
Yeah.
What you mean?
Like, he was gonna sign a black youngster.
Mo3 was?
Yeah.
Was you telling him not to?
I mean, it was a good situation, but black youngster, he was doing anything he could to get close to Gotti. Gotti wasn't responding to him. I got the DMs. Gotti never responded to 3. 3 lived and died trying to get Gotti attention. At the time, 3 was bigger than Black Youngster.
Damn near.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. He was trying to do a joint venture with Black Youngster and Gazi. And rappers.
But you said that in the interview with Boss Talk, and people took that.
Accusing me of, I don't know what she accused me of. I'm working with the contract she gave me.
Okay, yeah. He goes into a whole long thing. You guys should watch this. Really gave a lot more insight about everything with Mo3 and what led up to his death, but also the incarceration of Yella Beezy and also that shooter. All right, let's lighten the mood a little bit. The mood a little bit. Hey, so I don't know if y'all know, man. Talk of the town right now is Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner. Now, if you guys don't know, it appears that Kevin Gates and Brittany Renner are actually now dating. This comes like pretty much a year after it looked like Brittany Renner manifested this when she interviewed him at Rolling Loud, and this what happened.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Renner, and I'm here with the one and only Kevin Gates. How you feeling?
Amazing. Hey, thank you. Hey, this I don't care if you get this on camera. I just want to say thank you for being an amazing person.
Nah, she's going. Nah, she's going. Look at how she's looking at him. She's eye-fucking him.
I don't care if you get this on camera. I just want to say thank you for being an amazing person, always living in your truth. You inspire others silently. They probably don't want to admit it, but you know, you inspire me. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Let me tell you something. So my first Rolling Loud I did in 2019 is when I first saw you. And you were actually, Will and I worked together, and you were the only person that I wanted to see the entire festival. And today in 2022, it still rings true. You're the only person I wanted to see.
Did you like what you saw?
I actually loved it. I actually love what I'm seeing now. Yeah.
Yes, Lord. All right, so what do I do? Do I wave?
And then now in 2025, so that was 2022. Now 2025, he appears on DDG's stream. And
Mom, what's up, Chad? Just be yourself, man. I give you a tour of the crib and stuff.
Now you see Brittany Renner. She is here.
Come on, I'm ready. Let's go this way, man. You know this.
Come on, you follow my little brother.
I ain't gonna lie, man. Shout out to y'all Muslim niggas, man. I'm gonna have to get down with that shit, bro. Yo. Y'all know how to get a woman in line. Yo, Brittany Renner was used to do videos in her car talking all type of crazy shit. Now, she only speak when spoken to. She walk at the direction of her man. And by the way, I think they're dating. I don't know if that's what it's officially called, but she seemed like she's down with the Kevin Gates program. And it seems like it's all under the banner of Allah, right? That's what it's Allah? Yeah, Allah. You know what I mean? So, yeah, he got her good. You know what I mean? Brittany Renner Instagram. Now, I knew there were, she definitely fancied him and, it was going somewhere. When I interviewed Kevin Gates, he FaceTimed her. He was like, he said, my friend was up here. I said, who's your friend? And he FaceTimed her. And, it looked like they've been dealing with each other for a while. Yeah, she's still a devout Muslim. I'm wondering how much of that is really her own spiritual journey versus her being with him and look like he's clearly Muslim. I don't know. Chat, can I ask you a question? Like, if you're Muslim, does your girl got to be Muslim or not? Somebody said this is the same woman that tried to throw the box on Charleston White. Ask Chair, thank you for that 5. Now I'm asking a serious question though. If your girl is Muslim, a lot of people saying some people say yes, somebody said no. I keep hearing different things, so I can't tell if she's doing this maybe because of her situation, but also. She's going to be on Basketball Wives, apparently. You know what I mean? She says Basketball Wives resumes May 5th. Now, granted, she was never a basketball wife, but she did have a child by, I believe, P.J. Washington. And, yeah, she seems... Does every Muslim woman have all this, be wearing some shit on their head? That's the only part of the Muslim stuff I couldn't get down with, bro. I love hair. Like, I like... Bro, I can't have you wearing a do-rag the whole time, bro. Whatever this is called. What is it called? Bro, she's wearing a shiesty. This is like a shiesty. Yeah, I can't have that. I don't give a damn. Wait, who picks what she wears? Is it the dude? You see, all y'all red pill niggas, if y'all just became Muslim, niggas wouldn't even have no problem with what you say. They wouldn't call you misogynistic or not. They'd be like, nah, he's just following God. When y'all niggas say it outside of religion, y'all seem crazy. But that's a Muslim shiesty? Oh, that's okay. All right.
A date since I've been Muslim. Now, there have been plenty of married Muslim men in my DMs, and just because it's permissible does not mean I have to sign up for it. I didn't come this far to be one of several, so let's be very crystal clear on that. When you go without sex for an extended amount of time and you are honoring yourself in a way that you never have before, you really start to see where people are leaking their energy, where they lack discipline. And there's nothing more unattractive than someone who lacks discipline. I like my men disciplined and a little militant. So when you don't choose you, there could never be an us. A lot of men think I need more of something to feel more. Babe, you need to go deeper. The only thing that can quench lust is love. The only thing that can quench lust is love. Please understand that. And if you have so much love to give, and you ain't got no one to give it to right now, give it to yourself. I have not been on a date since I've been Muslim. Now there have...
Okay.
Today is my 33rd birthday, and I said for my birthday, I want to see the sunrise, inshallah. And here I am. I made it in a different location than I had anticipated, but everything always works out. Allah.
Yo, man. Brittany, I wish you the best of luck. I don't care if you switch religion, all that type of stuff. Just remember that Kevin Gates is Kevin Gates. Trust, okay? He had a beautiful woman before, too. He not a stranger to a beautiful woman. Don't think you're the one that finna change it, but I'm glad for your spiritual journey, my love. I'll say this. Look like, Kevin Gates' other woman, and I don't know how many women he keeps at a time, she wasn't that happy that, she got pushed out the picture for Kevin Gates. She went on a rant. Here she is.
It's honestly just sick how I was just laid up with him and you seen it and decide to hit him up to meet up. Just disgusting. He called you washed several times and that you lost your glow. That just goes to show you how this man just uses women when it's beneficial to him. Just manipulative and narcissistic as fuck. You turned Muslim because it's a trend and it's honestly a mockery to the religion. Cut it out. Brittany, you preach that you don't want to deal with a man that deals with multiple women, yet you're dealing with one. How contradicting is that? And I'm all about being devoted to one God, but do it for the right reasons. You literally turned to Islam because you're on your last leg. Women always want to turn to religion as their last outlet. Was this the clout y'all was looking for to make herself lit on her
What is she reading?
little show for Basketball Wives? Because she has no one else, obviously. Knowing that I was just laid up in the bed with you. It's honestly just sick how I was just laid up with.
Okay. She didn't stop.
I'm tired of this man fucking with me when it's convenient or beneficial to him. I give too much love to be treated like this. And the one thing you've always told me is that
Man, Kevin Gates gonna tell this chick, Allah never told y'all chicks to go open up Instagram and go vent, man. Go vent to the Lord, man. Allah don't be telling y'all to come to Instagram with this fuckery, bro.
I have a really big heart. And that's why men like you take advantage of it. I'm honestly tired of being the nice, cool, laid-back girl. I'm sick of it. Men need to learn to stop fucking with our emotions. And I'm honestly more disappointed than I am hurt. And I knew what I was getting myself into fucking with a rapper. But there's just certain things that are just way too disrespectful. At the end of the day, these men will lie to you, gaslight you, manipulate you, and embarrass the fuck out of you. But lesson learned, I'ma just have to charge it to the game. I'm tired of this man fucking with me when it...
Yo, translation, man. She said that nigga used her as a nut rag, bro. That's crazy.
They about to read me a little bit out one of my favorite little books. You go back. Just pick anywhere. You can read me the subtitle. No. I just like how your voice sound reading the words.
You're retarded, babe.
That's like you tell some bitch more until I read me this.
That's how you wait.
I ain't say that, babe. But
That's
go
how
ahead.
you
What's
wait?
taking so long, man? I'm trying
Oh,
to.
you trying to see if I could read for real, huh?
Please.
Babe, I'm a good.
Yo, Kevin, get on your Neo shit, man. Yo, tell him to double up. Why the hell they arguing over you, man? Bruv, I ain't gonna lie, I'm trying to get down with that Muslim shit too. I get 4? Yeah, I need that. I need that. I needs that.
Good ass reader.
Let me hear.
When I was in school, I would always be the one. Me next.
Okay, why you ain't saying that right now?
Because I'm trying to see where it starts.
Come on, I'm paying attention.
The single most important practice in Stoic philosophy.
Dang, he got these chicks reading. Yo, these chicks only read Instagram captions. He got them reading books? Nah, Kevin, you got the secret cheat code, bro.
Did I say that wrong?
You
So how you say it? Say it.
Stoic.
Yo,
What did I say? That's what I said.
You're doing so good. Come on.
Stoic.
Yeah, that's it.
Practicing Stoic philosophy is differentiating between what we can change and what we can. Babe, that's not nice. I'm trying to be serious. You're making me sound retarded. I really don't.
Making you sound.
When I'm by myself, I'm fast. You're making me.
The words should make more sense to you when you be by yourself.
Yes. What we have influence over and what we do.
Why did she post that video? He clowned her out on the whole video.
Even though.
Kevin Gates saying shit be like, she saw she got a good heart. He said, too good, po thing. What the hell?
Look at his train.
Who the heck is that stunner girl?
I want to make one thing very clear. I would never fuck with a married man. This man told me he's legally separated, so that's that. I simply came onto this platform to express how I feel because I have every right to feel the way that I do. And to any other women that are going through the same thing, it's okay to stand up for yourself. Dealing with men that manipulate, gaslight, lie, all of that. I'm sick of it all. I'm sick of this man leading me on this whole time. You know, I in the beginning, I obviously believed everything, but as time progressed, I started to peep all of his bullshit. And again, like I said, I knew what I was getting myself into dealing with the rapper. I know.
Well, I got y'all, chat. Gotcha.
know there's gonna be other girls around, but it's just the way he went about this situation that was real.
Okay, she realistic. Deal with a rapper. I know he's gonna fuck other bitches. Okay.
Disrespectful. And now I'm getting threats from his team, from Miss Alvina, the same woman that was just applauding us last week because she was so happy to see us together and wanting to get a house together, and even asked if you could live in the guest house. Now you're mad at me for expressing how I feel? Now you hate me all of a sudden. People obviously didn't know what me and him had going on. I'm very private. I just believed everything.
Shorty, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Yo, Shorty, let me tell you this. Anytime you say nobody knew what we had going on, you're a side chick. Don't even question it, bro. If nobody knows, it's because it was nobody's business to know. You're a secret. You're a secret like the deodorant. You're a side chick. Yo, it's like when you tell chicks they were a side chick, it's like, it's such a crazy reality. Like, they're in denial. It's fine. You're a secret for a reason.
That came out of that man's mouth, and that's my fault. I take accountability for that. Lesson learned, and that's all I really have to say. I want to make one thing very clear.
This is how you get your man back right here. Yeah. Yo, that nigga Kevin might be stiff-arming her and be like, alhamdulillah, whatever the fuck they be saying. Get the fuck out of here. I got to go get back to her. Hold on. What the fuck? Holy. Holy. I'll be over the crib in 5 minutes. Okay. Anyway. All right. From here, I ain't gonna lie, child. Might be at a point of no return. Remember, I got a flight in the morning, so I can't go too crazy tonight. Yo, Terrence Howard said Diddy try to fuck him, bro. Y'all know. He said Diddy try to put dick in his butt, bro. This shit is crazy. Listen to this.
You know, there's a short life in
Why do you think
world.
that is? What the creative side is?
Well, because losing out money, you got to take drugs. You're going through so much shit to try and deal with life. You are literally, it's an unhealthy space. And so eventually you're going to go too far. You know, who knows what happened to Philip? Who knows what he had to do in order to get to where he was at? There's a lot of things that people do that end up sitting and they can't get over it. And they got to keep getting high, hoping to get it out of their head. You know, but when you lose your man card, that's the only thing I can think of. You lose your damn man card.
What is that? What do you mean by that?
You give up your ability, your right to being a man. A man don't take it, a man gives it. So when you give up that man card, you don't get that.
Why this nigga look like he working in a rice field, man? What's up, bro?
Are you saying what I think you're saying?
No, I'm saying what I'm saying. You don't get that back. You come into this world as a man one time. You give up that right for anything, for fear of being hurt, fear of somebody doing something, for wanting to gain something. When you give up that man card right, you lose some spiritual energy that has always been pushing through. Like if a woman gives up her womanly right of being a mother and taking care of her family.
Yo, this is like Cat Williams if Cat Williams didn't have some jokes, man.
And do all those things. When you give up those things, but when you give up your manhood, I've never seen somebody recover from it. That was all the people that went to the puffy parties. That was all the people that did all those things thinking that there was never going to be a consequence for what they were doing. Got punked out and pimped out by some greater desire. You shouldn't have a greater desire than being a man. So I believe that's a big problem with a lot of the actors out there because they get fluid. And next thing you know, once it go fluid, it's gone. You don't have any foundation to pull yourself back from. So maintain your man card, no matter what.
Man, I mean, you know, one of the things you're seeing, you went to a whole different place.
Sorry.
No, I get it. So you see some guys struggling with that. You see Bieber struggling with that. You see some of these guys struggling with that.
They can't get it out of their head. They can't get it out of their head. The things that they did, no matter how they did it, whether they were drunk or high or whatever, you gave up your man card.
Wait, is he trying to say Bieber got piped down, bro? Like, stop it, bro. Now that I think about it. Bieber did pull up in the hood and did like 15 push-ups. Remember when Bieber car broke down in the hood? And they had that nigga just doing random shit?
You need therapy. And that's the thing that hurts them the most. And so they end up on drugs, end up every way to try and get rid of any principles there are. And that's what the business does. And the women that trade their bodies to go and get the role, they get to the point where they have their Oscar, they have their money, but they don't have their dream. They don't have the soul that they started with. So it's like achieving don't mean anything. If I get all the Nobel Prizes from doing all of this, but in the process I have to trade out all of my integrity to do it so that they can stay in place, what benefit is that? If I lose my integrity, you got to go in as a principal. And what we were brought in here as men. We produce 1,500 sperm per heartbeat for a reason, because the aggression is necessary. You don't trade that in, no matter what.
Did you ever have the opportunity where you got invited and you said no to it?
Hell yeah.
What was the consequences when you said no?
Puffy invited me for weeks, asking me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you?
Yo, Diddy, I fucking that nigga. Diddy got a toothpick in his mouth like, yo, Playboy, yo, flex your pecs real quick. Yo, what role you want to work on? What script? Yo, this nigga over there thinking that. Yo, imagine Diddy just looking at him like, yo, nigga. Imagine Diddy looking at him like that Dave Chappelle skit, bro. Like, yo. Nah, nigga. Nigga thought he was gonna work on a script, nigga. Talking about your acting coach, nigga. That nigga is trying to hear you moan.
The only way I can keep the studio open is if y'all go out and walk to northern New Jersey, give me a set of left-handed golf clubs. Now you found my...
Help me to come and teach him how to, wanted me to be his acting coach for a while. Go there and he's sitting around just looking. I'm like, okay, what's the material you want to work on? He's just looking at me. Then next thing you know, okay, hey, will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting.
Bro, nigga trying to take your brief off. Like, yo, come on. Yo, Terrence Howard, man, for a nigga who played a lot of different characters, man, you can't catch the hint. Yo, if I'm in the presence of a Batman and he start doing a few things in a minute, meeting over. Talking about he just looking at you. Like, yo, bro, nigga looking at you, licking his lips, biting his, like, this Diddy right here. I see you, playboy, you deserve that, daddy. I love it when you be scrambling and scraping, daddy. I love it when you in the hustling flow. I can't wait till I can hustle your flow. I love it when you deserve it, daddy. You deserve it. Just looking at you, looking at his lips and shit. One eye a little bit squinted and shit. Damn.
Will you help me? I want to hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay.
I think he's trying to fuck you. I ain't gonna lie, I'm firing my assistant for even saying that. You know me in a bati man. Yo, hold on. Like, you shouldn't even say that to me. I think he's trying to fuck you. What? Yo, this nigga Diddy was just in there like this, just staring like. Like, he's just. God damn.
I hear your music. So I come over there and I play the music. And he's sitting there just looking at me, like waiting. Okay. So then my assistant was like, he wants to hang out with you next week. And I was like, for what? He's like, I think he's trying to fuck you. That's what my assistant said. And I was like, oh, okay. Now I get it. So now no more communication. Now you know to be hands off with somebody. A number of producers come in to make the approach. And you threaten to punch them in the mouth or threaten to knock their head off for talking to you like, or looking at you like you're a woman. When you approach a real man about his masculinity, you're going to get a real reaction back. It's a difference when a guy walks in a room and when a man walks into a room. And a man don't take the same things that a guy will accept. So always be the man in the room. And that's always been my whole thing. And have lost businesses because I don't bend over in that way. Ooh. I don't compromise. I don't play gay roles. I don't kiss a man. I don't do that shit because the man card means everything.
I had no idea we're going to go this direction with the podcast. This is absolute. But listen, we've talked about it. We've had a lot of the guys on to talk about this stuff. Are you done with Hollywood because of this specific reason?
I'm still working. I still, I haven't made the money necessary to do all of the other stuff. So I still have to go and do the Chitlin circuit. I still have to do the job that I need to. But eventually, I've done what I set out to do, which was to redefine the universe. I've proven what I've set out to do, and that's why I have all the patents. Whether they evaluate it or not.
Damn. Did he really try to fuck this nigga, man? Y'all believe this? Y'all believe this, man? Y'all believe this shit? I ain't gonna lie. For some reason, I kind of believe it, but I don't believe it in the sense that. Well, actually, I believe it, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Why is Diddy so ashamed of being bisexual if he is? Bro, live your truth. There's a couple of these gay ass rappers too. They need to live their truth too. All right. Ooh, I want to watch this Vibes Cartel interview.
I didn't have time to.
Ooh, I'm gonna watch this off stream though. Chat, okay, give me like one more topic. Give me one more topic. Chat, I do gotta go. I gotta catch a flight tomorrow. We're doing an IRL stream or something tomorrow. Ooh, I'm filming a big podcast if it happens tomorrow. Ooh. All right, give me one more topic. One more topic. Ruby Rose saying she fucked Lil Baby. Nigga, Ruby Rose done fucked the whole Atlanta at this point, bro. Every big rapper in Atlanta, I think smashed Ruby. And that's not me talking shit. It's just, if you know type shit. You know what I mean? What else? Diddy for sure had a male sex doll with a 30-inch dick? What? That sounds crazy. Okay. So let me go on. I'll probably do one more topic, then I'm out of here. Yeah, ain't drop yet. The nigga still ain't drop yet, bro. I'm gonna hit him later today. I'll figure out like when it's actually coming up. I do know that the song we played, Bianca, it's ingested. So what that means is it's already in the system for YouTube to claim, and that means it should be distributed through DSPs whenever Ye sets forth for it to be. You know. Some shit about CJ Casino and this and third. We covered that earlier. New Friday movies in the works. What the fuck? Okay. I guess we'll end with low-key this. Young Thug's probation was actually upheld. You know, the state wanted his probation revoked after he basically put up a picture of a investigator that during the court proceedings in a case versus some OMF guys, it was ordered by the judge that her identity be kept private. Why? Because she does a lot of work in the field. She works undercover, and people knowing her identity could actually put her family and herself in danger. Now, some people figured out who it was, and, you know, the people in court, some of them like leaked it to other people, but Young Thug, who's currently on probation from the state of Georgia, he actually put up a picture of her and said, this is the biggest liar in the entire DA's office. And of course, with him saying that, the prosecutors felt like he was putting a huge microscope on this woman and also possibly trying to get this woman hurt. So they try to put a motion in to revoke his bond. The judge, who people call YSL Whitaker, she didn't even like take the shit that serious. You know what she did? She didn't even grant a hearing. She says, upon consideration of the state's April 2nd motion to revoke the defendant's probation, which alleges a violation of the terms of condition of the defendant's probation for having posted a picture of a particular law enforcement agent with the caption, "Biggest liar in the DA office," and defendant's April 3rd response threats, and having reviewed the term and conditions of the defendant's probation imposed by the court declines to revoke the defendant's probation based on the violation asserted. So, just to be very clear, hold on. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So, essentially, Judge Whitaker isn't, she's not even close to thinking about sending Young Thug to jail. She clearly looks at this as not that serious. She, usually when a motion like this is put in, they'll grant or they'll set a hearing date that, they could argue over it in front of the judge. The judge basically took what the prosecutor said in their motion, and obviously there's no defense here, but they just denied it. So, again, this judge actually is in Young Thug's favor. Hopefully he doesn't fuck it up. But, yeah, the judge declined to withdraw his bond, which would put him in jail for up to 15 years if he had to serve the sentence. So we'll see what's up with that. All right, chat. I do got to get on a flight in the morning, man. I gotta get out of here. I know it's 3 o'clock, which means it's midnight on the West Coast. Also, it's 8 a.m. on it's not a coast necessarily, but in England. Chat, I got to go get on this flight. I got a big podcast that I hope I could get shot tomorrow. And I have Aiden's stream I'm going to be doing. Shout out to Aiden. He's been pretty good to me, and I appreciate him for that. And, a lot of stuff with us is reciprocal. And what else? Yeah, I have a big stream, or no, a big video. And then I got Aiden stuff, and I'm going to try to stream both days. All right, chat, let me get out of here. I appreciate you guys. I know 1:30. We're not going to do it again, I think. And we'll get a stream in tomorrow. Chat, thank you guys. I appreciate you. Even if I got a stream at the airport, man, fuck it. I'm going to try to do something to get day 2 going. All right, chat, thank you guys. Let me go run and go get a little bit of rest before I got to pack my stuff. I never pack before I got to go nowhere, but I got to pack as soon as I get up. And hopefully I bring the right equipment. All right, chat, love y'all. Talk to y'all tomorrow. For topics I didn't get to, make sure you guys hit me on Instagram at @IamAcademics, or this is what you can do. Do me one better, all right? Just go to twitter.com, right? And actually, if you go to the Academics TV Twitter, it's the pinned tweet, and the pinned tweet is join the chat nigga community, right? So if you join here and you're on X, you guys could tweet whatever you think I missed, whatever I didn't cover, to your liking, or just whatever your opinion is about our community and even these streams. So let me know. Somebody said, what? Oh, shit. Is this what?
Few spots, bring your girl, bro. We gonna go right.
Oh, shit. So White did go. Yeah, I thought White didn't say anything. I'm like, hold on. Oh, my God. I didn't watch this. Oh, see, yeah, I got to come in here often. Savvy Mike, I see my boy. Hold on. Let me watch this.
Going, coming back, telling stories. They're like, well, nigga, I ain't there. So, few spots, bring your girl, bro. We gonna go rock out, party out, hang out. That's the type of shit I like to do. You want to catch me hanging out? I'm really away from here. I'm not here. You know what I'm saying? It's hard to hang out when you gotta watch out for trickery, and deceit.
Now, I'm gonna pause it for a second and say, this is one of those I do have to say, Whack. There are gonna be narratives. You can't get defensive. It's better if you ignore and let other people clear it up for you. Because put like this, Whack, when you get on here with the glasses, niggas ain't see you with the by the way, I know he does wear glasses. I've seen him on No Jumper. But niggas gonna take little stupid shit and try to make whatever they want to say about you. You know what I mean? And Whack has a tough skin. I know he doesn't fall to the internet, but, sometimes they'll be successful and get under your skin.
It just is. Set me in a place where I can be cash and I don't know them and they don't know me and we secluded and we doing our thing. I don't hang out at parks. I don't hang out on the block. And just too many risks in that. Will I go from time to time? Is this something I frequently? Definitely not. So act respectfully. You say you my brother, you running a narrative that I don't respect. But this what I will do, act. You papered up 50,000, 100,000, a meal ticket. Me and you could put it up in escrow. You can hire your attorneys. Other paperwork is going to continue to come out. And if it says in any of that.
By the way, that's another thing. First of all, I'm on Wack's side here. I don't want Wack to look bad at all. You know what I mean? And again, this is the interesting thing about where Wack is at. Wack is like, he's media, but he's a street nigga. I'm not a street nigga. I'm just media. What he's saying here, though, is incorrect. You can't find, my name is not in no, you can't find that I met with, and I can tell you the agents I met with in the 6ix9ine. There's no paperwork of it there. You know what I mean? They asked me some stuff. That's it. There's no paperwork. And again, I'm not saying Wack met with no one. I actually believe Wack that he didn't meet with no one. The thing that I think Wack being so smart, and I've given him so credit for being so smart, he's fallen slight victim to rudimentary online things, which means when what's the Latin phrase? Thou doth protest much, or something of the sort. Basically saying, the more you seem to be bothered by it, people think something is there. You get what I'm saying? Rather than just saying and just moving on. Nah, I never talk to them people. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Like, the more you kind of sit on that topic, people are like, nah, I never seen him like this. Nah, what's going on? Why is he doing this? Now, by the way, I agree with Wack that, of course, if it's not a favorable narrative, you want it to be cleared up. And that's why I really got on here when I talked about it earlier. Listen, if there was any insinuation made that, like, Wack is either working with the police or Wack has already talked to the cops and is lying about it, I have no proof that he's done either. You get what I'm saying? And anyone who runs a narrative that would basically say that happened, I wouldn't agree with you. I wouldn't agree with you. However, I did ask questions, which I think is reasonable questions that came from my own experience. You know what I mean? It's my own experience, right?
That paperwork, that Wack 100 was questioned by the feds. And it was questioned by the feds whether I said nothing or not, just questioned about Big U and the Big U Empire, about Loose Cannon, about any name involved in that, about any of that situation to this current date.
And bro, and again, because I value Wack as a friend, this is like, you know, when he called me today, hearing him that upset, it didn't matter on trying to explain fully A, B, C, or D. I looked at a bigger picture. I understand narratives. Let's get the narrative out of there, right? However, you know, it's just for the people who might question my intention or original motive. I've heard, you know, and Wack reminded me today. He's like, yo, I guess he said that the police called him about, or not police, the feds called him about Jay Prince. He said, they called me about Jay Prince. I said that. So I was just like, all right, cool. So even if they didn't with this, like the defensiveness, I don't know why the defensiveness, I think that's why people are kind of, it's the defensiveness, right? But as well, I can't necessarily blame him, because if someone threw some crazy shit on my name, I would get get defensive, right? I don't know.
Because you said this the other day. You win the money. We escrow it. I don't give a fuck if I didn't say nothing, if I stay silent. All they got to do is say I was questioned about it, and you win the money. Since you say ain't no way because you was questioned because you had a fucking tape of 6ix9ine, I don't know what it's about, after he went to jail and Adam got a form because he's the owner of No Jumper they wanted. You saying ain't no way because y'all got questions. Y'all got questions because y'all got some physical shit that they want for whatever reason. But act, look, we ain't got to argue. I see you as a brother. When you had a situation, everybody seen how I handled it. I handled it as a brother. I defended you, and I stood strong and stood solid with you.
And so Wax saying that makes me feel bad, like I'm throwing him under the bus. But that's not the intent when I don't think Wack did nothing wrong. And I don't think Wack is the police. But that's why I also say I think Wack might be too close to this. Because I'm going to be honest with you, the majority of what we're like, everybody who's watching this right now, let's be honest, bro. Y'all don't give that much of a damn about Big U. Yes, it's kind of interesting that he was really like extorting all these guys, but half of these people you don't know that he was extorting, right? So that's not the reason why this story is still a huge story. The story is that some of the people that you were knowing podcasting, that you were hearing all these stories about, they're either locked up or they're like intimately tied to this thing. And that's why I say with Wack, it's like, even when he mentions me, and I'm like, yo, he might want to bow out of this one. It's like, yeah, if you want to talk to me about a certain subject or certain whatever with me, especially if it's an open civil case, I mean, I have a lawyer. I wish I could, right? But that's why I look at Wack with this too. I'm like, yeah, Wack, I don't think anyway, it's not even me. Or I could be wrong, by the way. I'm having this discussion out loud that for people to say, Ack, no, you're wrong. This is you. I think the narrative is going to get created, even if I say out of my own mouth, I don't believe it. I think people are looking at his body language. They're looking at other things that just naturally would. And also there's people that's been waiting for this moment where you're close enough to a situation, or to them you're close enough to a situation, right? Because when you're talking about other people's cases, you're not close to. This one they feel you're close to, right? Just by the nature of knowing some people, I guess. Anyway.
But it looked to me like you're trying to spin a narrative. And I don't have it in my heart to be mad at you, to threaten you. But I do have it in my heart to take your money. So, Ack, do we have a bet? The bet is any dollar amount, 50, 100,000, or 1 million, that Wack was ever questioned to this date in April by the feds pertaining to anything.
Okay. I'm going to say this again. This might be the 15th time I'm saying this. My assumptions on that is based on what happened in 6ix9ine's case, how they dealt with me. Remember, even after I gave the tape, right? Like, they still wanted to just ask questions, right? Yo, you hung around this nigga all the time. That's how they're looking at it. You hung around 6ix9ine all the time. Did you ever see anything? No, I ain't seen nothing, bro. He never did crime around me. Okay, whatever. I guarantee they talk to Adam the same way. These niggas are your building a bunch of times. You ever overheard some, whatever. Probably not. Adam ain't, who the hell would say some shit around Adam if you're like that, right? That's where my conversation came with. And that's why I said Wack might be too close to this. Because when Wack is breaking down other people's cases, just like, and again, I'm not blaming him because I respect him as a brother. And if he feels there's a narrative, I don't want to be the one adding on to it. But I'm going with the sometimes you get too close to a situation, right? Like, for example, if it's like 21 Savage or like say it was Brick Baby, right? Be like, yo, bro, well, why you ain't go to court, right? Now, Wack was just thinking out loud about these people's cases and situations, right? That probably allowed a narrative about them, right? I'm not sure if he meant to do it, but he was just thinking out loud. We all in the media think out loud when we're trying to figure certain stuff out, right? Well, the cops would probably try to talk to the people that they're mentioning in the indictment. If they wouldn't talk to those people, maybe they're trying to investigate those people. Who knows? Maybe who knows, right? And that's what I'm saying. Wack might be too close to it because I know what the parallel he's trying to make. He's like, yo, Ack, I held you down when people were talking about, I don't know, the thing with the comment to the kid or whatever. Or it's probably was talking more about the civil case. And it's like, yeah, Wack, I'm too close to that situation in the sense of it's an open case and I have a lawyer. I want to speak about it. I can't. So I can't speak about it. And I think that's what I'm trying to tell Wack. I'm like, you get to a point where the things I do or how I cover other people's cases, I would 100 million% cover my case like that in the sense of the civil case. But I can't. Not until it's over. I'm too close to it. I'm in it. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's what I'm trying to say to Wack, to say these outbursts kind of make it seem like, it keeps the narrative going, even though to me, I look at it as Wack is disappointed. And would I take the bet? No. Because I'm just thinking out loud about I think a reasonable discussion. Reasonable. Okay? I think it's reasonable, but who knows?
Ain't got to do with the Eugene Henley or anybody, this Rico or anything. Anything. It ain't got to say I did bad. It ain't got to say I kept it real. All it got to say is that I was questioned. It's going to reflect it. It's going to show it. It's 12:44. Today is what, April 4th or some shit? Or April, whatever day it is, April 4th. Ack, I don't got it in me. I'm a brother to you. Everybody see how I handle you when you got bullshit coming at you. And I'm calling you out on this. Ack, if you're so sure, take the bet.
I wouldn't take the bet, but this is the only question I keep asking. And again, I think it's just a street element in Wack. I call it a reasonable assumption. That reasonable assumption, or that reasonable question, because I didn't say definitively they must have talked to him. I would have said they probably talked to him, or they probably tried to talk to him, right? Why is there so much offense to just that? Even if it's the answer is no, they didn't. Yeah, no, they didn't. They ain't talk to me. It's not like I'm gonna call him a liar.
I got a one-on-one coming with Nina Boy. I've never done an interview with Nina Boy. But
who's Nina Boy?
Some people, I'm going to give them opportunity to ask their questions because I think they're a little confused. Until then, catch me Sunday at noon on the Adam and Wack Show.
Okay. What are you drinking up in here, Savvy Mike? Jose Cuervo? Okay. I'm screaming and moaning in this clip. I'm not moaning. What the hell? Okay. All right. Yeah, you guys get up in the Chat Nigga Academy community page. Please post videos, clips that I haven't seen or reacted to, and we'll continue just like that. Chat, let me get on out of here. Let me go hold my boy Pluto down, and yeah, get ready for this flight, and keep it going. All right, chat. Thank you guys for being there for me always, and also when I have some of these conversations with y'all publicly, it's because I know I really don't think y'all are dick riders. I think y'all have gotten on my ass before. I think y'all have told me, no, you're wrong. And I think y'all, will still in the same breath be like, y'all wrong, but you still my nigga. And I think that's the most loyalty I could ever expect from y'all. I don't expect y'all to agree with everything I say. I just expect y'all to, whether you agree or disagree, to know that we have commonalities and we rock with each other. All right, chat. I love y'all. Hopefully, did I read all donations? I hope I did. I will see y'all tomorrow. I know y'all think I got to get my IRL shit right, man. For whatever reason, I feel like I got to do something when I'm IRLing. I don't want to just be in a room. just like talking to the camera. But yeah, we'll figure it out tomorrow. All right, chat. Love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. All right. Thank you guys for watching.